hypertension. Can you please change the slide? We also have fashion, song, and film awards on these two themes, so please share this information with your friends, colleagues, and family members who belong to the respective fields. We will also be sharing the call for application with you all, and you all can apply, please. For those who need translation support, kindly connect to Zoom and follow there. You can connect to Wi-Fi here. We have already shared the information over the Wi-Fi with you guys. Now let us begin for the video by showing you Jacqueline video, please. Just wait for a moment. We are starting the video.
Machakos County, Kenya, tells us her sad story of having both hands chopped off, not by thieves, but by her own husband for failing to conceive, even though he was the one with a fertility problem.
Tambo nifungulie ndio nikata hii mkono. Kaanguka hapo chini na kafuruta. Tambo nifungulie ndio nikata hii mkono. Kaanguka hapo chini na kanifuruta nikaanza nianguka hapo chini. Tambo nianguka hapo chini alikuwa ananikata. Awaje na video. Video awaje na video hapa kisa na hiyo panga alikuwa nayo. Nitapa ndio wale wengine wanataka. Wewe utaniua peke yako.
Merck Foundation came to the aid of Jacqueline through the Merck More Than a Mother campaign. She was provided with a new home and a Wende, a 27-year-old young woman from a rural place called Masii in Machakos County, Kenya, tells us her sad story of having both hands chopped off, not by thieves, but by her own husband for failing to conceive, even though he was the one with a fertility problem.
Mandi ndio nilisikia akigonga mlango akiniambia, "Hey Jackie, nifungulie." Niliachana na chakula nilikuwa nakula, nikaamka nikaenda nikamfungulia. Kitambo nimfungulie ndio alikata hii mkono. Nikaanguka hapo chini na akanifuruta nikaenda nikaanguka huko chini. Kitambo nianguka huko chini alikuwa ananikata kichwa na
Wende, a 27-year-old young woman from a rural place called Masii in Machakos County, Kenya, tells us her sad story of having both hands chopped off, not by thieves, but by her own husband for failing to conceive, even though he was the one with a fertility problem.
Mandi ndio nilisikia akigonga mlango akiniambia, "Hey Jackie, nifungulie." Niliachana na chakula nilikuwa nakula, nikaamka nikaenda nikamfungulia. Kitambo nimfungulie ndio alikata hii mkono. Nikaanguka hapo chini na akanifuruta nikaenda nikaanguka huko chini. Kitambo nianguka huko chini alikuwa ananikata kichwa na mikono na uso na akanidunga hapa na kisu na hiyo panga alikuwa nayo. Aliponichapa nilimuuliza, "Kwa nini ngila unanichapa? Utaniua peke yako." Akanyamaza akaniambia, "Leo ndio siku yako ya kuongea, hautaongea tena maishani."
Merck Foundation came to the aid of Jacqueline through the Merck More Than a Mother campaign. She was provided with a new home and a supermarket to enable her to earn a steady income and become independent. Like Jacqueline, there are many other women that suffer from infertility stigma. Merck Foundation works closely with partners to empower them to be heroines of More Than a Mother movement.
Jacqueline, I want to know that you are my sister. As long as I exist in this world, on earth, my faith is connected to you.
Yes.
So you have to understand this. You come back to me in anything, I will always be there for you, and my room is there. So I'm coming.
I would like to call our first speaker for the day now, Dr. Musa Marena, who is a fertility specialist, gynecologist at Edward Francis Teaching Hospital, lecturer, University of the Gambia, program manager, Ministry of Health, the Gambia, and also our Merck Foundation alumni. Dr. Musa will be speaking today about infertility prevention, the link between infertility and infectious disease, and also male infertility. Over to you, Dr. Musa. Yeah, I'm going to take care of it. You can.
I can start. Good morning. I am Dr. Marena. I'll be presenting on the fertility prevention link between infertility and infectious disease. Hope you are hearing me. Thank you. The pointer is not working.
The sides.
Okay.
Click it from the sides.
You can go and share. Just wait for 1 minute. See, it is also there.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hello. We can't hear you. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. We can't
Hello,
hear anything.
we are trying to solve a technical problem.
Okay.
Okay, so we can start. Like I said, the topic of discussion today will be on infertility prevention, the link between infertility and infectious disease, and our focus will be on male infertility. Okay. So we will be talking about how do we prevent infertility. We'll also discuss the link between infertility and infectious disease, and our main focus will be on the male partner. This discussion will be on an awareness, and I am sure all of you are media personnel. So you will be the agent for us, between us and the community, to talk about infertility. Infertility is an issue that is not usually discussed in length in our community. So our discussion today will be on awareness and how to prevent it. Yeah. So in Africa, because of our traditional beliefs, our culture, and our religious practice. This also combined with the low resources within our environment. There's also a link with higher levels of preventable causes of infertility, especially in women. Some of these issues are poor nutrition, inadequate treatment of sexual transmitted diseases, unsafe abortion, puerperal infection, that means post-delivery infections, and other consequences, including exposure to smoke and environmental agents like lead poisoning. In Africa, especially our sub-region, infertility is caused by infection up to about 85% of women who comes to our facilities. 85% of them, when you check, you find out that the infertility is caused by an infection. And this can be compared to worldwide, which is about 33%. So you can see the impact of infection in our sub-region. And these infections are usually inadequately treated. Our people don't have regular checkups, and also they hardly go to see doctors. So these are some of the reasons why in our sub-region is as high as 85% compared to the worldwide, which is about 33%. We need to know some of the health facts. The two common infections, especially sexual transmitted infections, chlamydia and gonorrhea. Usually you will see gonorrhea through a vaginal discharge. Chlamydia also you can see through vaginal discharge. These two infections can also present without any symptom. A woman can be having these infections without having any symptoms. And if that happened, obviously that individual will not go out to check whether he is infected or not, so as to receive the appropriate treatment. When we leave these things untreated, this silent infection continues, and it can lead to pelvic inflammatory disease. This pelvic inflammatory disease, if it is not adequately treated, it can also lead to damage of the fallopian tube and also affect the uterus as well as other surrounding structures, including the peritoneal cavity. So the individual will present with chronic pain. She will always be in pain. When she gets pregnant, she may end up having an ectopic pregnancy, which is a pregnancy outside the womb, or she may present with an infertility. That means difficulty to conceive. Another infection that we need to take seriously is HIV infection. Besides the negative impact of HIV on our body immunity, HIV also affects us. When we become severely affected by HIV and develop AIDS, we develop systemic illnesses. This includes we will begin to lose weight, the stress will be increased, and we are likely to have a pelvic inflammatory disease with HIV present. If you are HIV positive, you are more likely to have pelvic inflammatory disease compared to an individual who has a strong immunity. And HIV also can lead to imbalance of the hormones. So the woman may present with irregular menses and also ovulation disorders. That means that she will not be ovulating every month. She will not be releasing egg every month. How do we prevent these infections? We have to talk about safe sex. The first thing that we need to know is you need to know your status. You need to know whether you have these infections or not before you all go out to treat yourself or even practicing safe sex. The first thing is to see your doctor. If you see your doctor, you will be able to know whether you either have gonorrhea, HIV, syphilis, or any other infections. If you know your status, then you can begin to practice safe sex. What does safe sex means? You abstain until you are ready. And when you cannot abstain yourself, you stick to one partner who is also faithful to you. Sometimes that is difficult to determine whether your partner can be faithful to you. You may not even trust yourself, much more to trust somebody who you have no control over. So you need to also stick to that individual. Yet, if you are not sure, or if you are skeptical, then you have to use a condom. The other aspect is, please let us not see our needles. If you are somebody who uses drugs, you don't have to see our needles, because if you see our needles, you can end up having HIV. And these infections can affect both the male and the female. So the safe sex practices has to be both partners, the male partner and the female partner. Both of us will have to practice the safe sex. For STI, when the complication is so severe, like I said, you will end up having pelvic inflammatory disease. If you have pelvic inflammatory disease, you will always probably be in pain, especially around your menstrual period. When you are seeing your menses, it may become so severe because you might have had pelvic inflammatory disease that you haven't treated adequately. If this thing continues, your tubes may become blocked. You may also develop ectopic pregnancy. In males, you can have urethritis, prostatitis, and also you can also have infertility, because where the semen passes is also a tube, and that tube can also be blocked in the male partner. So there can also be a male partner infertility as well. For a woman, there are a number of strategies. This can help you. This can help to increase your chances of becoming pregnant. One of them is what we talked about. Prevent the sexual transmitted infection. When you are infected, seek treatment as early as possible. Stick to one partner, use condom, and other strategies that can be used. The first thing that you need to do if you are planning to get pregnant is your lifestyle modification. You have to exercise. Exercise does not mean that you have to lift something very heavy. Just a mere walking. In this type of walking, you have to walk faster, which we call brisk walking. You walk as if you are in a haste or somebody is after you. Okay, so you have to walk faster. Every day at least, if you walk 2 to 5 kilometers, that's a short period, or twice a week or once a week, that should be enough. That should be an enough exercise for you. What you eat is also very important. They say what you eat determines who you are, or even determines your health. So whatever we eat, we need to be sure what we are eating. It has to be balanced. It needs to include all the three components of food: the carbohydrates, the fat, the protein, the minerals, and the vitamins. When you get older, you need to reduce your carbohydrate intake. The tongue loves what, it also loves what is salty. Obviously, we don't have to follow the tongue. We have to follow. So if you want to live healthy, you have we have to also look at how these things can affect our period or our hormones. If you begin to gain weight, your hormones can become imbalanced, and this can result in irregular menses as well as infertility. to reduce or avoid this as much as possible. They all have impact on your health as well as you're able to conceive. Alcohol, yes, it even affects the baby. So you have to try and avoid alcohol. Drugs, you know what drugs can do. If you are taking drugs, you may not be aware. You cannot even negotiate when to have sex with that drug. So whatever will bring that drugs is what you will do. So you cannot even negotiate sex. So we try and avoid drugs as much as possible. These drugs is not only recreational drugs, it also includes the drugs that are given to us by doctors. So if you are planning to get pregnant, you have to obviously go and see your doctor, so as he can determine whether that drug that you are taking, you need to modify it, you need to change the drug. So these are important lifestyle modifications that we need to do as individuals. We all love our coffee. 1 cup a day, 2 cups a day is not bad, okay? But too much of coffee is also not good. It's not advisable to take as much as coffee. Coffee sometimes goes with sugar. So when the most coffee that you take, the more sugar you are likely to take as well. Also, tea is also important. The more tea you take is the more sugar that you'll be taking. You remember I told you that we need to reduce our carbohydrate intake as adults and fat. So taking too much sugar, meaning probably you are taking too much tea. You have to estimate what you take. Some people will take about 5 cubes in 1 small cup. 1 cube is enough for a cup of tea. Okay, together. So coffee can also affect your hormones as well. Okay, so okay. So let's focus on the male infertility. We have to increase the awareness. In Africa, we believe that when you are called a man, it implies that you are fertile. You don't need to do any tests. So when you begin to ask people to go and do tests as a man, they think that you are questioning their manhood. Yet we have never seen, apart from the miracle, we have never seen a woman getting pregnant without a man. So obviously when you have your partner and your partner is finding it difficult to conceive, you as the man, you are supposed to go with your partner to see where the issue is. In 90% of the time, there's problem on both sides. Sometimes the man can take about 50% of the problem. So the man has to be tested as well. So this slogan that men too can experience infertility. We should not stigmatize infertility. Being a mother, okay? Being a woman is more than being a mother. You can put it the other way. Being a wife to a man is not just having children. It's more than that. So when you don't have a child, you should not be stigmatized because of that. Being a husband is also more than just a father. If a man is okay. Like I said, it is also a fact that men are core when it comes to reproduction. Like I said, a woman cannot reproduce on her own. There's technology. Naturally, you cannot do it. Technology now can help. Even with technology, there are things that a man has to contribute. Okay, it may not be the physical sex that may happen, but technology a woman can get pregnant. So you've never seen, or we have never seen a woman getting pregnant without the presence of a man. So obviously, when a woman is finding it difficult to get pregnant, the man has a responsibility. He has a contribution to make. In Africa, we believe that men are responsible for the women. Your responsibility is beyond providing shelter, providing food, providing clothing. It also includes that you participate in the person's healthcare. We should also remember that it's one of the commonest conditions that we have around. In the Gambia, we have seen almost 15% of the couples that come to our gynae clinics have issues of infertility. It can be primary, meaning that the individual has never been pregnant before, or one of the partners have never been pregnant before. Or secondary, you have been pregnant, maybe you had a miscarriage, or you lose your baby, or you had only one baby, you want another baby. So it's a serious issue. And this issue has also been compounded because of the migration that we have. Most of our female partners have their partners overseas. So they come for 2-3 months, hoping to get their partners pregnant within that period. So we have seen a challenge or a trend in that one as well. So they only come to get the woman pregnant and go. So when they come once, twice, and this is not happening, it's a huge problem, especially marital issues tend to develop because of that. So we need to take this seriously. Please spread the message to those in the diaspora that they are also contributing by not being around or just coming for 2-3 months. Okay? So for the man, like the woman, the man also have different areas within the reproductive health tract where the problem can arise. These problems can be the structure of the reproductive health tract. You can be born with it or you can develop it as a result of infection. Okay? From the testis to the penis. We have to say some of these things for us to understand. Okay? So there can be a problem anywhere. There is a tube or a pipe connecting the testis to the penis, the tip of the penis. So that tube can be blocked anywhere. So we should also remember that infections like gonorrhea, syphilis can cause the blockage if it is not treated properly. Physiology, changes in the environment. The factory is in the testis. That's where the factory, that's where the sperm is produced. The liquid that we see, not sperm, that's called semen. So from here on, I want to hear the journalists or the media people to say that that is semen, it's not sperm. That liquid that you see is called the semen. Okay? The sperm, you cannot see it with a naked eye. You have to take it to the lab for them to check it. So that's why it is important that even if you are a man and you are producing that liquid, there may not be anything in the liquid. So you need to go to the lab for them to see whether those things that are there are even alive. You know, when during the rainy season now, where there are waterlogs, you see those tiny black living things that are moving around, those small frogs. That's how this sperm looks like when you observe it under the microscope in the lab. So you cannot see it with your naked eye. So sometimes some people will say that the liquid that comes out is thick or is light. Its thickness and being light has no relationship with whether you have a problem of infertility or not. When it comes out initially, it is thick. Okay? When it is in the open air, because of the differences in temperature, it becomes liquid. So that's what we need to realize. Okay? So the environment is also important. I know there are probably elements. We are eating a lot of vegetables. We don't know how those vegetables are treated in the gardens or the horticultural areas. Some of them have been sprayed. So there's what we call residual chemicals or residual pesticides that are being used. So somebody can just spray his or her vegetables today and tomorrow harvest them and go and sell it in the market. You will not see it with your naked eye. So we have been exposed regularly or constantly to these chemicals. Radiations, the global warming, temperatures are increasing. So we also need to be aware. Drugs, medications, those of us who abuse both herbal medication as well as medications that we self-prescribe. Some of us are very good with that. I have headache, I want paracetamol. I want diclofenac. You just go to the pharmacy and buy. You are exposing yourself to harmful things. Obviously, the recreational drugs, the kush, the cocaine, the heroines, and the others. Alcohol, we also need to talk about that. Industrial toxins. We are talking about industrialization, but they also come with their consequences. Okay, they produces some waste, and those waste are dumped into our environment, whether into the sea or into the forest or anywhere. So we will come back to be exposed to these items. So our diet is important. As a man, you need to take care of your own diet. Okay? There are some men every morning, they have a bottle by their bedside with herbal roots. They will just shake it and drink it, thinking that they will be strong that whole day. It's affecting you. It's affecting your kidney. It's affecting your other organs. That's why we have a lot of kidney problems in this country, because most of us self-medicate ourselves, both herbal and traditional or orthodox medicines. So we have to be very careful. If you are a man, you are gaining weight, you need to work on it. We know that nowadays people are also exercising a lot. They want to build muscles. Let's be careful what we use to build muscles with. Some of us use steroids. The ladies also use a lot of steroids in this country. You are tiny, you want to be fat. If you force your body will be forced, and it will have to modify itself. It can lead to other repercussions. Men, if you are not muscular like me, don't try to be muscular by using steroids. Okay, skin bleaching is also steroids that we use. For those of us who bleach, you know that you are also affecting your fertility as well. So let's be careful what we use. Our environment, whatever we are exposed to, these things are important. Of keeping yourself healthy. Avoiding yourself to be exposed, which means that we should all begin to have our own gardens around so that we know what we are eating, from the garden to the table. So if you know what you are eating, some of us are so busy, we can't do it. But let's try to be sure what we are eating, not what is available. Okay? I'm sure there are journalists around. When you go to a shop, you see something that is not good or it has gone beyond the expiry date. You need to bring it out so that people are aware of some of these things. We are each other's keeper. The only way we can do this is to work together as citizens. Let us not be spectators. Let us all be citizens and contribute to the development of the country. What can you do to improve your ability? You need to limit the alcohol, avoid drugs, stop smoking. Responsibility. It's not your wife. Don't wake up in the morning, place the money, and ask your wife, go to the hospital. Okay? The night before, inform your wife that tomorrow we are going to see a doctor because it's taking us too long. If you are married or you plan, how many of you plan? Plan. Huh? You know, you always hear us saying family planning, family planning. What do you understand about family planning? Family planning is not to control. Family planning is just to determine when you want to get pregnant. You determine it. So you participate in it. So if you are finding it difficult, for example, if I plan my wife to get pregnant in December, I'll go and see a doctor. It's part of family planning. I'm planning it. I want us to have a child, or my wife to get pregnant in December. It's part of the planning. If we don't plan to get pregnant for the next 2 years, obviously we have to use something. That's what we call contraceptives. In the Gambia, we call it family planning. But family planning in reality is to plan your family. How do you plan it? So if you've been married for 1 year and you are not getting, the baby is not coming, everybody is asking, your friends are asking, because that's what happened. When you married newly, the next 2 months, everybody is looking at you, whether your shape has changed, your face has changed, your body has changed. Your friends will tease you. Okay? Your family will tease you. Your in-laws will tease you. All those things are putting stress on you. So that's why after 1 year, you see people so stressful. They are in a marriage, the thing is not coming. For men, we will tell you, what are you doing? Are you sleeping the whole night? Sometimes they will tease you. Some of them will tell you, can I help you if you are finding it difficult? So all those things are putting stress on our people. So let's be very sensitive in what we tell our friends. We don't know what they are going through. In their home, in their house, when they are alone, they go through a lot of stress because of what the society tells them. What are you waiting for? You've married for 1 year, nothing is happening. Everybody is aware. Then the in-laws will begin to make life difficult for some of us. Okay, both sides. Your mother will ask you what is happening. So please, we need to be sensitive in some of those things. We have relatives who are there. We know that they are going through this. We can even encourage them or even lead them to the doctors that we know as media personnel. Let us not just put it on papers or on media, but our neighbors are suffering infertility. Our families have problems with infertility. Ourselves, we have problems with infertility. So we need to work together. It's a shared responsibility for the media, for the doctor, for the community, and for the couple. Some of us, we buy what is available to wear. And some of the things, we have to be aware of the environment that we live in. So you see that if you look at the structure of a man, the scrotum, the back, where the testis is a bit away from the body because your body temperature is a bit higher. So when it is cold, you see that it shrinks. When it is hot, it comes down. So we have to be aware of that temperature changes. So we let us wear pants that are not tight. Let's be careful. Okay? Let's not also be in an environment where there's always heat. You can ride a bicycle, you can ride a motorbike, but always out there with tight pants may not be safe for you. Hot bath is you can do it. It's nice to do, but always doing it can also affect the temperature out there. So these are some of the lifestyle changes that we can all advise. Regular exercise, riding a bicycle. If you cannot walk, ride a bicycle. All of us should buy a bicycle. Bicycle is very good. It's good for the heart. It's good for the body. Okay? At least if you ride it twice a day. Or if you are going to the church, you ride a bicycle. If you are going to the mosque, ride a bicycle. On that once a week. On Friday, you are going for Juma, you ride a bicycle. We like driving cars. We like people to see us. Let's put our keys down once or twice a week and just walk or ride. Whether the sun is hot or it's in the morning, let's exercise. It's important. Let's avoid environmental toxins, both from the food, the crops, the plants, the sea, the fish, the meat. Our cows are roaming around. They eat from where these toxins are being thrown. We have to be careful. We are continuously being exposed to the environment. So when the environment is polluted, if you go out on the street, people dump things everywhere. You took it out of your house, you dump it on the street. The cow comes and eat it. You go to the market, buy the meat. You are now bringing what you throw outside back to your house and into your body. So we have to be careful. Let's properly expose our waste. Proper exposure of waste is important. Let us not say that it's out of my house. If it's out of your house, it's coming back. You go to the riverside, people are throwing some of these things into the river. You throw it into the river, the fish will swallow it. You go to the market, buy the fish. You eat the fish. The fish is eating what you have thrown, and you are exposed to that as well. Balanced diet, very important. Every day, make sure your wife has some small vegetable by your food, some meat, not the whole food be only meat. Two different colors, orange, red, green, whatever it is. Okay, you have those two around. The rice, a bit of it. The rice don't have to occupy the bigger space. If you put more of these vegetables there, they will also occupy the space. You will feel full, yet you have not eaten a lot of carbohydrates or fat. So we need to reduce that. So let's increase the vegetable intake so as for us to reduce. You sitting in your office, you drive a nice car to your office. You get to your office, you got down, the coffee is waiting for you with sugar. You drank it. You put on the air condition, you are sitting. You close from work, you enter your vehicle. That's what you do every day. In the next 5 years, you begin to develop diabetic. You develop hypertension. And you say that my co-workers have taken me to Marabo. They have not taken you to Marabo. You took yourself to the Marabo. Because you are in the car, from the car to the office, from the office to the car, from the car home, eating what? Food, oil, meat, everything. You sleep or you watch TV. The morning you go, you don't do anything. So we need to change our lifestyle. We need to know what we eat, because what we eat is what we produce. Okay? So, key take-home messages. Your diet, very important. Your lifestyle, very important. Okay? Your lifestyle is very important. What you eat is very important. The environment that you live in is very important. Grow trees, plant crops. Green means healthy. If you have a green environment, let us not put concrete everywhere. We are increasing the temperature of our environment. Let's plant trees. Okay, let's grow crops. Let us exercise. Let's move around. Month. Sorry, once every year, at least once every year, you need to check. Whether you are sick or you are not sick, you need to check in a hospital or a health facility to see what's your sugar level, what is your blood pressure. If you are struggling with infertility for 1 year, or even if you plan to get pregnant, if that period elapses, it's not coming, go and see a doctor. There might be a problem. No, you don't have to wait for 1 year. Just go and see. When you see the doctor, he or she will tell you what the problem is, if there is any problem. If there is no problem, obviously he will tell you, he'll counsel you what to eat, what medications to take, what exercise you have to do, and what food you have to eat. It's very important. So let's not stigmatize infertility. Let's not joke about it. It's a serious problem. It's stressful. Let's not joke about our colleagues not having a child. Let's not tease them. When we see a problem, let's encourage them. Let's talk to them. Okay? You might be their only because you listen to them. Let's listen to them. Okay? Remember, men and women can be affected. The man may put up a brave face, but when he goes home, they can even become, they can even cause gender-based violence. They can become violence, partner violence, intimate partner violence can begin because of some of these issues. The man is stressful, the woman comes, they start quarreling, the fight begins. It's all because the child is not coming. So let's reduce the stress. Let's get informed. Inform the people. We've given you the message. Give it out to the population. And do it regularly, not once off. Not because today Mark is conducting this activity. So the whole of this week is all about infertility. It has to be at least once a month. We have International Day for Infertility. Remember that day and celebrate it with us. Let's encourage people to support their partners, their wife, and let's remember that it's a shared responsibility. When we say shared responsibility, we are not only referring to the couple. We are referring to everybody, including the government, because the government will have to provide the health facilities for you to also be able to find out what the problem really is. So it's everybody's responsibility, including you people as well. Sorry. Yes, I said all. Okay. Let's break this stigma. Let's also break the silence, because stigma comes with silence. When people don't discuss issues, it becomes a stigma, because people will just murmur about it. They don't talk about it. Let's begin to talk about it. Okay? Let's know that infertility can be treated. It can affect anybody. From the prophets to us, all of them have been affected, like us. So it doesn't spare anybody. The rich, the presidents, it can affect anybody. And when it affects you, you feel probably incomplete. Okay? So you can suffer pressure from even the closest people, the most trusted person. You can feel pressure from the individual. Okay? You can suffer stigma as a man. What do we do? Let's have a cultural shift. Let's remember that men can become, can also be suffering from infertility, because in culture, we believe that men are not affected. we should not only think that the stigma is for the woman, okay? The man also. Sometimes you see that two people are married, they break up or divorce. The other one goes his way, get married, have a child. This one also goes and get a child. It's highly fertile, get married. It's easy for them to get pregnant. When two, sometimes difficult. When you marry somebody who is highly fertile, it may mask your infertility. So you may think that you, as a man, you have 4 wives. 3 of your wives are highly fertile. You go and marry a woman who is at your level, is struggling with infertility. You think that you are not the problem. You are part of the problem. So we always remember, the solution is not marrying a second wife. You can marry a second wife for other things. But the solution is go with that wife that is struggling to find a solution. Don't believe that she is the problem. You can be the problem. Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Yes. Fine. Wait.
We are only going to take 2 questions. Also, the speaker is going to be with us after the presentation session also. So you can ask the questions later on, please. Only 2 questions, please. I understand, please.
Thank you, presentation. Okay, what I want to say is that on the issue of taking coffee, you said you shouldn't take more than 2 times in a day.
Yes.
Normally, me, I used to take 5 times. Yes, but I don't take much sugar.
Yes.
Yes.
So coffee has some health benefits. It has some, but too much of everything is not good. And some people get addicted to coffee. It happens to me. Sometimes I take coffee. If I take coffee regularly for a week, more than 5 times, if I stop, I have headache. So it takes me time before my body gets used to that. So too much of everything is bad. Okay, once, twice is good. Yes. Next.
Yes, this is the second and the last question, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marina, and good morning, my colleagues. Doctor, I want to know one thing, like women that use contraception before getting married, and after getting married, you cannot conceive. Is that also a factor for infertility?
Contraceptive is not a factor for infertility. It may be red herring. You know what we say, red herring? It is present when you develop the infertility. The infertility could have been there even before you use the contraceptive. Or you are using the contraceptive and you get an infection. Or you waited until it is very late. You know, women have a period, have a time. Your biological clock. By 35, your eggs begin to, quality of the eggs goes down. So 30 is the limit usually. We advise women to have between 20 to 30. After 30 years, the difficulty begins. Probably you don't have any infection, you don't have any problem. But because of the quality of your eggs, that has gone down and the number has reduced, you will have difficulty in getting pregnant. Or when you get pregnant, you just get abortion all the time or miscarriages. So no.
I know there are so many questions, but he's going to be with us after the session. If we have some time, we can always ask him questions. He likes to answer, I know. So before we move to the next session, we would like to screen our animation film More Than a Mother, which is created to raise awareness
it was time to go to the hospital to give birth. David and Jane were happy to finally have a baby.
Now I'm a father.
No, David, you are more than a father. You were more than a father even before we had this baby, Ameche.
Yes, Jane, my love, you are also more than a mother. My friends, I have learned that infertility is not a curse. It's a condition that affects both men and women and can be treated and prevented. No one should be stigmatized because they are infertile.
I apologize for the bad words and foul mouth.
Now I have learned my lesson. What you are saying
So this presentation, we are going to briefly discuss couples infertility. We are going to discuss the anatomic, when we say anatomy in medicine, it means structure. And we are also going to discuss the physiology. When we say physiology in medicine, it means function. And in medicine, structure is closely related to function, okay? And then we're going to discuss some of the main causes of infertility, which the previous speakers of infertility, that is from the female aspect. And then we have male causes of infertility, that is the main own contribution to infertility. And we have basic treatments for infertility, and we will briefly touch on why you should not stigmatize. And I think the previous speaker in the video said a lot of, things concerning why we should not stigmatize people who are infertile. Next slide, please. So again, anatomy, physiology of infertility. For you who are not doctors or, non-medical, we'll try to break it down. We have the first structure is the uterus. The uterus is usually in colloquial, we say the womb. It's where the baby will generate and develop and will stay until they are ready for life on earth, and then delivery will occur. And we have the fallopian tubes. The fallopian tubes are structures that communicate with the uterus, and it's almost like it's derived from the ovaries. So the ovaries there are actually where the eggs are produced and stored. Now, for us females, we are born with all our eggs. That's our problem, because at the end of the day, like the previous speaker said, by the age of 35, 37, you see a marked reduction in the number of eggs. And that can also lead to, problem getting pregnant. So the ovaries are where the eggs are stored. And each month we ovulate one. That is, we expect you will see and goes to the uterus. Okay, so it's in the tube that the egg and the sperm meet for natural fertility. If you want to get pregnant by yourself, that's why we say natural fertility, conception, sorry. It is only in the tube that the egg and the sperm will meet. This is important because people who have blocked tubes, they don't get pregnant by themselves. That is why it is important. So we have the hormones. The hormones are just, in medicine, when we say hormones, we just refer to messenger. They are the messenger produced by the brain and sent to act on the reproductive structures. So that's why we say they are hormones. That's just a big name. So anytime you hear hormones, just know that they are messengers. And then the male factor, we have the male reproductive system, we have the testicles, then we have the penis, and then we have also hormones. Again, with the exception of testosterone, both male and females, they have the same level of hormones. We have estrogen, we have FSH, that is the follicle stimulating hormones, and have LH. But the difference is testosterone is the hormones that make a male, the voice, the muscle, and everything. And the previous doctor talked about people who do weightlifting and do steroids. So most of the time, the steroids they take are actually testosterone to boost the muscle, okay? So that is the male hormone for reproduction. The key one is the testosterone. For female, the key one is the estrogen. But I don't want to put you into science class, so let me just give you those two key hormones that we will be talking about. Next slide, please. Next slide, doctor. Okay, so this is a pictorial of whatever we said. This is just the cross-sectional view. You see, you have the fallopian tube. Is this then we can do, oh, sorry. Do you have pointer?
Yes, this pointer, you have to point it here.
Oh, here.
Yeah. Do you want to move up?
No, I just want to, okay, yeah. Great. I don't know whether they can see this pointer. But anyway.
No, that's, I guess it's not working.
Yeah, so it's okay. So for the female reproductive structures, we have already said, but that is the picture. So you see the ovary there is appearing oval whitish structure. There the egg is released and is captured by the tube. You see the end of the tube look like fibrines, like fingers. That is what captured the egg, and the egg moves through the fallopian tube. The fallopian tube is almost 12 to 16 cm long, so it's a very long tube. It's longer than the urethra in the male. So that is where the egg moves, and then it gets to the uterine cavity. That is the uterus, the womb. That is where it germinates. It continues to mature until the baby is ready to adapt to life on Earth. Next slide, please. So, how is the baby conceived? And this is very important because it shows contribution. First, each part, and when we say gametes, male, and then the meeting of the two gametes is what we call fertilization. And then after fertilization, there must be implantation, okay, in the womb. Implantation is to get attached. When they say implant something, it means to get attached to something. So implantation is actually the attachment of the embryo into the muscle of the uterus. That's what we call implantation. And then we that is the whole spectrum. But you should remember that at every point in this journey, when there is a factor or when something goes wrong, infertility can occur. So this is the very important point that we all need to appreciate. Next slide, please. And so this is just, again, what happened in the whole cycle of reproduction or procreation is first, you have to release the egg. So again, it's so simple. If you understand all of these things, you will know at which point. So if I can't release egg, it means I won't be able to get pregnant, because the first step to getting pregnant is the female must produce egg and the male must produce sperm. So if the female cannot produce an egg and the male cannot produce a sperm, infertility will result. Neither of us will get pregnant. Fine. So let's assume that I produce an egg and the male produces a sperm. Then we start the journey. The egg has to be released from the ovary and captured by the ends of the fallopian tube, which looks like a finger, and then it has to be transported. Now, if I produce an egg and the egg is captured, but there is a blockage in the tube that hinders the egg from moving up towards the uterus, infertility will occur. And that's when people talk about infection that will go up and block the tube. So in our case, infertility. Also, for the male, is almost the same. If he produces a sperm and his sperm cannot get out because there's a blockage, infertility will occur. So at every step of the way, there will be, if there's a problem, infertility will occur. Now, let's assume again that everything is okay. I do not have blocked tubes. The male does not have blocked urethra. The egg unites. The egg has to travel and implant or attach to the muscles of the womb. In that situation, if I have fibroids or polyps or anything that will offer a structural obstruction, then also infertility will occur, because If it comes there where it's supposed to implant, there's a problem. So it will not implant, it will go out. So you see, at every step of the journey, okay, everything must be in accordance before fertility occurs. So as we move forward, you will see what I'm talking about. Next slide, please. Fine. So again, that is just what happens. Day 0, there's implantation. Day 1, and then a lot of division occurs to mature the zygote. By the way, once the egg and the sperm meet in a tube, the name is zygote. Okay, that's the fertilized ovum. So we call it zygote. So the zygote then proceed to undergo plenty division. And at this stage 2, a lot of things can influence the division. If there's a problem, okay, maybe the eggs are old, the sperm also is aged, the division might be abnormal. And then that sometimes will lead to what spontaneous miscarriage. Next slide. So, okay, so main causes of infertility, not to go over it, I've already said it. The absence of sperm production, azoospermia, actinozoospermia, all those abnormalities that can occur with the sperm, it can lead to poor quality of sperm. For example, when a lot of people have heard the doctor saying, we need to do a semen analysis. Like the doctor said, you can't see the sperm with the naked eye. So you need to see the sperm under the microscope. So that's why we move and encourage people to do semen analysis. Now, some people will say, for the semen analysis, doctor, why must I do semen analysis? What is the doctor looking for? What is the perfect sperm? Now, let me just tell you what we're looking for. There are 4 things that we are looking for us to classify sperm as good. The first one is the count. The second one is the morphology. When we say morphology, is the form of the sperm. Like in normal situation, as human beings, we all need to have 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth. So anything beyond, if somebody has 4 eyes, you will call that person abnormal. So again, that is it. We're looking for the normal form of the sperm. We're looking for the viability. Is the sperm alive? How many of them alive? Okay, and then finally we're looking at the motility. When we say motility, is we're looking at the sperm movement, how the sperm move. Usually a good sperm should move upwards, okay, progressive, not down. So if you have a condition where there is a retrogressive movement of the sperm, that's backwards movement, majority of the sperm moving backwards, then that is a serious problem, because the only way the sperm will fertilize the egg is when it moves up and progressively towards the sperm. So those are 4 key things that we look at, okay, for the men. So again, I won't go over all of these factors because I've already listed them. The absence of the sperm, poor sperm quality. We talk about the female factors, absence of ovulatory disorders, like if the egg cannot be released, no fertilization, and then also the womb is not favorable for implantation, maybe because of fibroids. So in short, there are problems with all 2 sides that can contribute to infertility. Next slide, please. So now, we briefly talk about but these percentages are something that we have estimated. The first one is what, in terms of the percentages, when we say percent, we mean in terms of number, okay, what are the possibility that this person is contributing to a particular problem. For example, if we say 30% of the causes of infertility in couples are associated with male or is due to a male factor, it means that out of 100, if you see 100 couples, okay, 30 of them will have male problems. That's the reason why the female not getting pregnant. Or if you have 10 couples, out of 10 will what? The men will be responsible for what? The woman not getting pregnant. So again, both sides is 30%, and that shows that both male and females equally contribute to what? Infertility. That is the take-home message. Now, unexplained, we do the test. The lady is okay. She has no problem. She ovulates. She has no fibroid. Everything is so good. The hormones, everything is okay. And then also with the men's sperm is okay. Motility, form, everything is okay. But yet and still, the two of them, there is this issue of infertility. So you find that in about 10% of the couples, most time, those people, what we do is we just cancel them and then allow them to rest. In my own situation, I've discovered that stress also plays a very important role in unexplained infertility. That is something that we have started noticing, especially in individuals that actually do not have problems in terms of the lab. Most time, once you cancel them, you will see after 1 year or even within 1 year, they will get pregnant. So that is very important. Stress, we need to start talking about that. Next. So this is just a proportion of the percentages of couples who, in terms of infertility, what factor contributed by the men, what factor contributed by the female, unexplained, and both of them are 30%. So in cases, there will be a problem with both male and female. Like in 30% of the cases, females will have some problem. Maybe the person cannot ovulate, and then also the male will have some problem. Maybe the sperm is not being produced, or the quantity, volume, quality, everything is poor. So in those cases, you will have both partners contributing equally to infertility. Next slide, please. So the basic treatment of infertility, first of all, we have to search, okay? You have to go to the doctor, find out why you are not conceiving or what is the problem. And then after that, the doctor will identify some of the causes. First of all, and then that's what I always say. Merck Foundation did a very good study in sub-Saharan Africa where we live. They discovered that for women who have gotten pregnant before, it doesn't matter where or how the pregnancy was terminated, they found out that 80% of them, when they try to get pregnant for the second time and they are having problem getting pregnant, most often is due to infection. So secondary infertility, most time in sub-Saharan Africa, 80% of the time is due to infection. So we have infection, we have abortion, we have also blocked tubes. The infection will lead to what? Tubes being blocked. And then we have fibroids and other pathologies. And also we have poor quality of sperm. We have already discussed. So that's why we always encourage people to actually go to the doctor when you think that you have an infection. Okay? Next slide, please. So what are some of the main treatment of infection? The main treatment is antibiotics. However, you need to be compliant with the antibiotics. Most of the time, what we discover in Africa, in Liberia, where I stay, is this person will come, you will prescribe antibiotics for 7 days, and they take it for 5 days, and maybe if they are feeling good, no discharges, everything is okay, they stop taking the antibiotics. The issue here is you have to continue to take the antibiotics until the 7th day is completed. Don't stop. The next thing is, I have infection and I was treated good with, let's say, back and say, oh, you know, I'm experiencing this infection. And I say, what type of infection? And they say, oh, I'm having discharge. I'm having itching and stuff like that. And I say, you know what to do? Just go get amoxicillin because that's how I was feeling and my doctor prescribed amoxicillin. So go and get amoxicillin for yourself. And then that person go and gets amoxicillin. The issue here is most of the infections, although they have similar signs and symptoms, but they are not the same. So please go to the doctor, get checked up, and let the doctor prescribe your medication based on your lab result, not based on what the other person experienced. So this is very important. Next slide, please. So we also have more effective treatments for infertility. We have the artificial insemination, and we have the in vitro fertilization. And then we have other types of treatment. In vitro is the same as IVF. ICSIS is actually intracytoplasmic sperm injection. It's when the sperm is so low that you don't have a lot of sperm. So what they do is you give your sperm, they take the sperm, they look at it in the lab, and they select the one that is very good. And they take the egg, and then they put the sperm in the injection and inject it directly into the egg. In that way, fertilization is a show. And then they take the egg that has been fertilized with that one sperm and implant it into the uterus after 5 days. That's what we call ICSIS. It's ready for sperm that is really, really poor. If you don't have a lot of sperm, this is what they do. Another thing is the donation gametes. Some women, they are old, they have premature menopause, they start producing eggs. So this is what they do. They take a group of young college girls, you go to the IVF clinic, you do your test, they blind their faces, and you look at them and you select, I want this, I want that, I want this other one. And then you give some money to them, and they will undergo the treatment to produce a lot of eggs. And then after fertilization with your husband's sperm, they take it and put it in your uterus as the lady to carry the pregnancy. Now, genetically, that baby does not belong to you. It belongs to your husband and the other girl, but you are just a carrier. Again, some people have heard about surrogacy. Surrogacy is also almost the same, where if you cannot carry the pregnancy, they take your egg, they unite it with your husband's sperm, and they put it in another female to carry it. Genetically, that baby belongs to you because it's your egg and your husband's sperm, but someone else is carrying it. So if you do a DNA test, yes, that's your baby. Okay, so those are all different alternatives. But in Africa, because of the tradition in other places, in India, they practice surrogacy. Because when I was doing my IVF training, even in Nigeria, in Ghana, they do donation. In Ghana, they do egg and gametes donation. In India, they practice surrogacy in some places, even though it has some issues. But in Africa, I don't know of any country now that is practicing surrogacy because of all the legal, implications. Hopefully, we will get there. Next slide, please. So again, why is woman stigmatized? That's what we keep asking ourselves. And somebody asked me a few days ago, and it kept coming up. Why so much awareness now about stigmatization concerning infertility? The first thing is, these are all some of the reasons. In the Bible, they say, for us females, we are the one who are responsible to procreate, to perpetuate, our husband line of inheritance. So because of that, the burden for procreation is on us. Okay? And some people can say childless woman is not a woman. In Africa, if you marry and you are, whether the guy is the problem or what, they call you, look at that barren woman, look at the childless lady. So again, all of that comes on us, okay? So especially in other cultures, and I don't want to, because it happens both ways. Some culture, if the lady doesn't get pregnant, she's replaced by a younger, more beautiful lady. But me, I like to play the devil's advocate. Okay? I say to myself, I have no issue of people replacing women. You know, you can marry 10 if you can treat all of them equally, if you can support them. But how sure are you that all of those children they are producing belong to you? How sure? Most times, when are you going to make the rounds to satisfy all of these 10 women? Sometimes they find way, they go to the driver, they go to the security, they go to the neighborhood, they go somewhere and get baby and say, it is yours. In my country, what we say is married women, they don't born bastards. When we say bastards, they are children who do not have fathers. So we say once you marry and you get pregnant, automatically the child belongs to the father, to your husband, even if he's not the father. I hope you understand. So just replacing, a woman because she's not getting pregnant with another woman and say, oh, this other woman is pregnant, doesn't necessarily mean that you are fertile. Okay, as the man, it does not mean that you as the man is fertile. Because it could be that the problem is from you, and that other lady, because she doesn't want to be shamed, she will find a younger fellow to go and sleep with and get pregnant and say, oh, you pregnant me. So sometimes replacing the female is not the solution to the problem. It might be even the beginning of your problem. So we should keep that in mind so that we help our mates when they are infertile instead of replacing them with a younger and more fertile female. Next slide, please. We'll soon be finished. Poor knowledge of fertility and infertility issue, plus financial issues, all of those things have contributed to the stigma of infertility just being, sidelined and placed on the women. Next slide, please. So again, this is a very nice study that was done in Cameroon. Currently, I'm doing my master's and I'm writing, thankfully, I have gotten ethics approval from the University of South Wales. So I'm doing a scoping review on some of the factors that have delayed men in sub-Saharan Africa to seek care for fertility, but meaning erectile dysfunction, okay? So hopefully I can get enough literature to do it. This is also a very good study that was done in Cameroon, looking at the 5 major problems of infertility management in Cameroon. However, this can be found in a lot of other African countries, including mine, Liberia. So we say some of the reasons we have high rates of couple infertility stigma, the lack of qualified medical staff, which is very important. And that's why we appreciate the Merck Foundation for coming and creating the awareness, and not only creating awareness for infertility, but building the capacity of medical doctors, such as me and others, that we can actually search, find, and treat couples with infertility is very important. Insufficient specialized centers, even with all the capacity buildings, in some countries, we don't have specialized center to treat infertility. A lot of infertile couples, we diagnose them, but there are nowhere for them to be treated or to do IVF. In some other countries, no center, not even one for IVF. This is also a problem. Very high costs associated with effective management. For a single cycle of IVF, okay, the cost is like 6,000 US. 6,000 US is the cheapest you can find anywhere in Africa. When you travel to India, they say 4,000 US. But listen, You have to buy a ticket. You have to apply for visa. You have to rent a hotel, and you can't go alone. So if you add all of those costs, it will even exceed the 6,000 US that they are asking you for. So high cost. Even in America, one cycle is like 10,000 US. And insurance cannot take care of IVF. Infertile couples continue to face high costs of managing infertility, especially when they have to do IVF. Okay, next slide. So again, not to go through all of that to bore you, but this is just in Africa, what happens when couples start experiencing infertility. A lot of them will go to the traditional healer. A lot of them, they would think someone has wished them, and if they have 2 or 3 wives, they would think their mates are in it. Their mates don't want them to have or children for the husband. So that is the reason why they have bewitched them and they can't get pregnant. So a lot of them will go to the witch doctor. They will drink herbs. They will do a lot of things, and they will waste time just down there at the level of the witch doctor or the traditional healer. And then before moving on to the second and then the third level, this is the typical picture. In other countries, it's the reverse. They will go directly to the consultant and get treatment. But us in Africa, because of all the stigma that is associated with infertility, we want to start in the darkness. We want to start low and then go up. Next slide, please. So again, I'm not just going to go through all of these slides, but the intent of this slide is to show the years that is wasted. So before the typical African lady gets up to the level of first management, maybe she has spent almost 20 years. So let's say maybe you were 22 when you got married and you had issue with infertility. You spend all of your time, 20 years have passed, 20 years plus 22 is 42 years. So before you go to the consultant, then you have already aged and there are no eggs left for you. So that is actually what this slide is trying to say. Next. So again, these are all the graphics. You see, as I said, you almost the age of 45 when you reach to at the level of the consultant, the specialist, and then your options are really just very limited, because at the age of 45 to see a good egg is very hard. And then you need maybe to look for a donor, or you need to do surrogacy or something that you need to do. Even as Muslims, I think y'all believe, but I'm a Christian. What I see all the time is when I look at the human body, at the age of 45, I ask myself, but God, why have you stopped women or discouraged us from procreating at the age of 45? Why? And the answer is just simple. Carrying babies or carrying a baby or pregnancy is very intensive. It's very intensive. For the 9 months, you use a lot of your nutrients, you use a lot of your energy. There are a lot of things that come into play for you to produce a healthy baby, after 9 months. So at the age of 45, your body is already struggling. So God saw a fit and said, look, at that age, just stop and enjoy whatever you want to enjoy and don't procreate. Most women who procreate or get pregnant after 45, they go through a lot. Sometimes they spend half of their time in hospital. And at the end of the day, we have to do a cesarean section. So again, the take-home message is, please, when you are having issue with infertility, go and see the doctor soon. Do not waste your time with traditional healers and this other place. So at the end of the day, when you come to realize that, look, I need to see a consultant, you are already 45, and there is nothing to be done. Okay, so this is the take-home message from this slide. And as journalists, it's something that we want you to say to the public. When you have issue with infertility, like the video said, go to the hospital, go and see the doctor. Do not waste your time with traditional healers of herbs. Next slide, we'll soon be finished. So again, how to fight stigma. That's what we are here for. That's why we are here for, sorry. The first thing is to create education and awareness. Now we have created awareness. We know that fertility is two-person. It's both men and women. It's not one person issue. So now with that education, we are creating awareness. We are training people. Merck Foundation is training young doctors, and they are even training the media to discuss issues surrounding infertility, which was in few years' time something unheard of. But we have started creating awareness for you to go on and create awareness because you have higher and wider platform. A lot of people believe in you. A lot of people listen to you. So again, that's one way that we are going to break the stigma. Integration, again, is also very important. The role of the media, I have already said that. The involvement of civil society in advocating. We know civil society, they are very key in advocating for civil rights, for human rights and other things. But now we are asking them to start advocating to break the stigma surrounding infertility. It's something that is very key because a lot of women suffer in silence when it comes to infertility. Okay? Next slide. Okay, so I think that is the end of my start. Thank you very much, and I hope I was able to inform you.
You have to stay. There might be some questions. 2 questions I'm going to pick. I'm so sorry again, please, guys. Are there any questions? Of course.
They are journalists. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's good to have you in our midst. Welcome to the Gambia.
Thank you.
My name is Ramotulai Jallo. I am working for the Gambia Radio and Television Services, also a member with the Health Journalists Association. My question is, you talk about people going to the Marabo, like visiting local spiritual herbalists, but it's part of our culture. How, in your own expertise, how do you think journalists can discourage modern women now to disease from that?
So one way to discourage is, and again, I'm a cultural person. I'm from Africa. I'm from Liberia. I have nothing, wrong with that. But the issue here is one way you can discourage is to provide this awareness. And we also need to tell them that infertility is not witchcraft. Okay? It's not a taboo. It's not a curse. So in our part of Africa, traditionally, you go to the Malibu or the witch doctor when you think there's a curse. Okay? The witch doctors are good to treat curses. But if I do not have a curse, why should I go to the witch doctor? So that's why we are saying infertility is not a curse. Okay? So please do not go to the witch doctor to break that curse because you do not have a curse. That is the bottom line. Thank you.
Okay. This is the last question.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. So, but now I want to know why all the time the blame is always on man, because the women are disturbing us too much all the time. When infertility issue come, they say the man. If you marry 3 months, you don't produce anything, they say it's the man. So now, how do you think we can change the paradigm, yes, or the narratives? Because it seems the blame is always on us, not them.
So sir, Demeja, thank you for the question. But please, let's clap for the Gambian women who blame the men. I think I'm rather impressed that you are blaming the men, because in my country, they blame is on the female. So thank you, to the Gambian women. I think you guys are really getting strong. Now, sir, if you marry 3 women and all 3 of them do not get pregnant, from your lay man, who do you blame? You blame yourself because at least if 2 get pregnant and 1 is not pregnant, then you say, okay, there's an issue. But all 3, so what is the possibility that all 3 of them are infertile and you are fertile? So that's the issue. But however, it's always good not to blame. Once they start to blame you, please take them to the consultant, to the hospital, and say, please, you're led to, in Liberia, in our colloquial, we say, you're led to our checkup. If I don't know, but it's like, please come and let's do the checkup. So that is my own advice. Instead of you in a house, because you will not survive 3 women. Oh. Everybody blaming you, you can't survive. So thank you very much. And thanks to the Gambian hospitality. This is my 3rd time in Gambia, and it has never disappointed me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Novia. We would now like to invite our 3rd speaker, Dr. Dalery Dennis, Senior Medical Officer, Medical Director, Psychiatric Hospital, Ghana, and also our Merck Foundation alumni. Dr. Dalery is going to cover today a very sensitive topic, that is influence of infertility stigma and other social issues like GBV, child marriage, FGM, etc. on women and couples, social and psychological impact. He will also speak on how media can create a sense of community sympathy and how to write inspiring stories. Over to you, Dr. Dalery, please.
Good afternoon to all of us. I'm very happy to be in your midst. Unlike my predecessor, this is my first time in the Gambia, and it's a very nice country. I understand we have a lot of Ghanaians here. I'm from Ghana, and it looks like Ghana anyway, so I see why my people are very comfortable. Yeah. Oh, great. That's nice. Great, great. In fact, in my village, there's a place called Gambia too. You know? Great, nice. All right. So my name again is Dennis Dalery. I'm a psychiatrist. I am also a Merck Foundation fellow. And I'm presenting on this. All right. So I will not belabor the point. I think my earlier speakers have spoken so much about infertility and their various causes. I only do a quick overview and then I move down. So basically, as we all know, infertility is generally defined as not being able to conceive or get pregnant. I mean, as far as a couple is concerned over a period of 1 year or more after, if you like, having unprotected intercourse, you know. So that if within the period you are planning your family, like Dr. rightly said, then you cannot call that infertility. We may also need to understand that, again, it's an issue of the couple and not just an individual. So that if a woman has 3 children already prior to coming into that particular marriage, and within the marriage between the man and the woman, yeah, thank you, between the man and the woman, there's no baby, that is still infertility. That's still infertility, you know, primary infertility for that matter. So, yeah. Now, it's a big issue because the WHO actually says that around 17.5% of the adult population actually experience infertility. So it's a big one. Now, some studies I checked within the Gambia here actually have shown a prevalence of 14.3%. And within this percentage, for primary infertility, which is the fact that the couple have never achieved pregnancy or conception, the couple never achieved conception, it's about 33.9%. And then secondary, that is, they probably have had 1 or 2. And for, you know, a period where they were expecting to have more, they are unable to have. That's about 59.1%. All right, yeah, it's fine. Yes. Then also other factors that have been found to contribute to infertility in men and women, like Dr. Riley said, smoking, excessive alcohol intake, obesity, and lifestyle issues. Okay. And then again in the Gambia, it's been shown that tuber factors like Dr. The name is Dennis, right, Doc? Oh, okay. So we are Dennis, right? Nice. Like Dennis Riley said, there are tuber factors, and in the Gambia, it's been found to contribute, about 17.4% of infertility amongst women. Male factor infertility is about 8.9%, ovulatory factors 13.4%, and unexplained causes about 10%. Okay. Yeah. Now let's look at the stigma associated. In all our religions that we practice, in all our religions, and Gambia, I guess we have Islam, we have Christianity, then we have that of our grandfathers, right? Okay. So in all our religions, we cherish this thing about procreation. Okay. And the Bible will tell you God created man and said, look, go multiply and fill the world. So once two people come together, as in husband and wife, the expectation is that you are supposed to procreate, and fill the world. You are supposed to procreate and fill the world. And so once society is not seeing that, then the expectations begin to grow. In where I work, in Ghana, I work in the Upper East region, which is predominantly Islam, where I work. And a couple gets pregnant, and like Doc Riley said, in 2 months, they're already looking at the woman. They're like, what is happening? You are not pregnant already? They're already asking questions. So, and seriously, a couple came to me with a similar challenge. Okay. So I think about 6 months later, the man sent me a WhatsApp message and says, oh, we are 10 weeks gone. And he was so excited because everybody was asking questions. What is happening, So there's high societal pressure for children within marriages, often resulting in the social stigma for infertile couples. And women in particular are more likely to face depression. Okay, because even the woman who comes into the marriage is expecting to get pregnant. So the expectation is that I want to get pregnant. And so if after a while she's not getting pregnant, even before people begin to talk, she's already stigmatizing herself already. Self-stigma is already there. What is happening to me? And let's bear in mind that stigma actually comes as a result of something like the fear of the unknown. You don't know what is going to happen ahead of you. You don't know what is ahead. You don't know what consequences are going to come. And so because we cannot predict, we can't tell those things, people begin to segregate and begin to stigmatize, So the woman herself begins to, self-stigmatize. What is happening to me? Do I have a problem? And so they easily go into depression. They easily go into depression because of their fear of the consequences. Is my husband going to divorce me? If it's a polygamous kind of community, then is he going to add the second woman? And sometimes the fear is not even the second woman, but what will lead, what that will cause. Because once that woman comes and she's able to give birth, then your position, you have been relegated to the background. In my community where I work, male children is actually the issue. You can come and give birth to 10 children, you have one boy, fair. Then the other, your co-wife or rival, actually has 5 children, but with 3 boys. She has more command. She has more command than you. So it even goes beyond your inability to conceive, but even the gender or the sex of the children you are able to produce. So this leads to a lot of worry, Then infertility among women may also feel, infertile women or women considered to be infertile may also feel that sense of shame and guilt. They begin to feel as if they are responsible for something. I'm the reason why my husband, I can't give my husband a child. I can't give or 2, 3, 5 years, and you have nothing to show for it. So sometimes it becomes very difficult. This will lead to social withdrawal, social isolation. So where people gather, people who have babies gather, you want to, stay far away from them before someone passes a comment. So we've come for a gathering, and then probably they are sharing some parcels of food, yeah? Then you say, oh, it's okay. I think I'm fine today. Someone look at it and say, is it because I don't have any child at home? Their children. And you are saying, oh, it's okay. Probably won't comment, Yeah. Next one. Yeah. So also again, it has been reported that women in Gambia are confronted with financial problems. Why? Because then you lose the support of your husband. The man feels as if he's investing so much in you and you are producing nothing. So you don't have support. I don't know if it's a farm where you apply fertilizer and expecting good yield. Unfortunately, that is what it is. Then the social stigma, like I've explained already, the emotional and physical violence. Women in such marriages suffer a lot of physical abuse. And the video, we watched earlier, where a man is said to have, basically amputated a wife's arm, butchered brutally, as a result of supposed infertility. And I have experienced, well, in my case, he didn't get to butcher the wife. But then a couple come to me. The woman, prior to marriage, had 2 children from somewhere and is married to this man. Then the man's, after 3 years, no conception. So the man's family is attacking the woman. We told you, the woman is even a little older than you. That's why she cannot conceive. So they both walked to my, in fact, the woman came first. And I asked her to bring the husband. She tells me the husband will not come. So I then said, fair. But if I write a lab test for him, will he do? And she said, oh yes, that he would do. So the woman took a request for seminal fluid analysis, like Dr. Riley said, seminal fluid analysis. So the man did that and went to him, doc, he was azoospermic. Azoospermic. Not a single, nothing, not a single sperm. It's like porridge, eh? You have porridge, yeah? Cocoa. We call it cocoa. Like porridge. That is what it was. And the man's family is busily accusing this woman, who even has 2 children already. Such a shame. But that is what it is. So until they came, now when the results came, the husband followed up. And I said, well, uncle, unfortunately, this is the issue. So let's refer you to some urologists to see how he can help you out, Yeah. So many women believe that they bear a higher responsibility for infertility than men. Even the women themselves, they've already admitted that as far as infertility is concerned, it's my duty. It's my responsibility to ensure that I get pregnant. With them, puts them under greater psychological stress, and then it makes them face a lot of social consequences. Now, stigma again associated with infertility can discourage women from seeking medical care. Okay, so like Doc Riley said, is the reason why they rather prefer, our traditional ways of treatment, because they will believe that by now someone is bewitched them. Someone is bewitched them. How come? My mother had 10 children. All my sisters have given birth, and I'm the only one. What is the issue? Chances are that there is some demonic force behind it, And because of that, it delays. So we saw the triangle, the pyramid she showed. You see a lot of these women will start with all these, our forefathers' system before they move into the health system. And by the time they get there, they are probably way too old for any proper intervention to be done for them. The stigma associated with infertility can, like I said, it makes it very difficult, and it makes the diagnosis delay, and same with the treatment. Please, the next one. Then we look at gender-based violence, which is a very big one as far as our societies are concerned. We live in a society, and for that matter, Africa, a lot of the West, just that in the West, there's some severe punishment for people who abuse, women, for gender-based violence. And so maybe the rates might not be as high. But for us, in our African context, gender-based violence is quite common. we kind of live in a patriarchal, society, and the man is always the boss, no matter how poor he is, no matter how irresponsible he is the boss. To that extent, gender-based violence is quite common within our settings. According to the United Nations, 1 in 3 women will experience sexual or physical violence in their lifetime. 1 in 3. It's so common, 1 in 3. Okay. And it also includes threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation. So a lot of women for that, and the commonest one is what affects women. But under very rare occasions we do hear that a woman or a wife is abusing the husband. Even if they were cohabiting, few occasions will you see a lady partner abusing a male partner. And even in violence, there's physical, there's mental, and there's economic. So sexual violence, and this is very difficult to say in Africa, you say she's not prepared, and the man wants, and it's that bad. Sometimes some brutalities happen. Women come with a lot of, sometimes you see a woman come to the clinic, or that is those who get to come with some very bad bleeding and some bruises, and you are wondering, as if she just delivered, bleeding all over, and it can really be that bad. Then the physical part where you get punches, yeah? Women are actually beaten. Some use belts. Unfortunately, I had a patient who was battling with addiction, petting addiction, and the husband thought he had tried all possible means, and the wife was not changing. The wife is fair. And so when she came, she was wearing these sleevelets, and you could see all these bruises, how do you call it? They are bruises, right? All over, and you see all those dark things. And actually, they were belt marks. Marks from belt. So that's why I use the belt to beat her, lash her proper. I don't know whether that means, I don't know whatever that meant. Was supposed to exorcise the addiction spirit from the wife or whatever that meant, but unfortunately, she had to go through all that. Then there's a mental aspect of it. Sometimes the issue is not even about physically abusing the woman or physically abusing you, but also psychologically. Where they are, comparing you to other people, especially in case of infertility, where they will tell, are you also a woman? If women are talking, will you also talk? Some of these things are even women will tell you they are much more painful than actually lashing them with a belt, isn't it? So there's a mental aspect. Then the economic aspect, where you've married somebody's daughter or you've brought somebody close to you as a partner, and then you're making life very difficult for this person. Financially, you don't want to support the person in any way, especially for some of our sisters and mothers who unfortunately are not gainfully employed. They can be economically stifled. And this is also part of gender-based violence. Yeah. Now, additionally, an estimated 35% of women worldwide have experienced either physical or sexual intimate partner violence. As many as 38% of murders of women are committed by an intimate partner. It's a shame, isn't it? Yeah. It's a shame. And these statistics highlight the significant prevalence of GBV, gender-based violence, including forced marriages, and there is an urgent need to stop this. There's an urgent need to stop this. All right. So the statistics actually highlight the significant prevalence of GBV. Like I said, there's an urgent need to stop it here. So although both men and women can experience, like I said, very rare occasions do we hear men actually being abused in such situations. But the prevalence varies between regions, and it's often underreported because of stigma. For most of in Ghana, if you saw a woman who has been beaten very well by the partner, and you met her and said, oh, what happened? She tell you, I didn't sleep well. Oh. They don't want to say it. Either she didn't sleep well, and those who go that very far to really tell you what happened, they just, in quotes, they would say, assuming the husband is called, the husband is called Kofi, he will say, oh, Kofi has done that his thing again. If you ask what happened, you say, oh, Kofi has done it again. I say, he's beating me again. You know, quite a shame. All right. Then the next thing we want to quickly talk about is child marriage. Now, child marriage is a very sensitive one, and I like it when during the introduction he mentioned it's quite sensitive, because you see it has a lot of, if you like, religious connotations and all that. Because depending on where you stand, you may say a certain age is legal, depending on whatever your beliefs are. But at the end of the day, we want to look at what the standard is, as in what we all have come to agree to. We say child marriage refers to a formal marriage or informal union where one or both parties are under the age of 18. Under the ages of 18. It is said to be a human rights abuse or violation. And then it disproportionately affects girls. Again, it's girls who will be affected mostly, because then we have societies where you see your grandfather who chooses to marry his last wife, and that wife, even you, the grandchild, probably can father that child. I don't know if you get the point I'm making. He's so old, the age disparity is so wide, and this girl probably just 16 or 15 or 13. Unfortunately, in some cultures, it is said to be a taboo. And in some cultures, actually, it's said to be a taboo for a woman to have her second menses in her father's house. I don't know if you've heard of it before. Yeah, it's a taboo. So after the first menses, she should be, transitioning into a man's home, so that the second menses, that's the second month, it will occur in the husband's house. Okay. The prevalence of child marriage is significant globally, and then it affects millions of children and adolescents. According to the UNICEF, 120 million girls under the ages of 18 are married worldwide, with 37,000 of them in industrialized countries. So when we think that probably it's just we because of poverty, some of our brothers on the other side also do. Child marriage often results in premature, enforced initiation of sexual activity. It makes childbearing very difficult, and then leading to higher risk of complications during pregnancy and then childbirth. I had an experience where a woman, but this time she had matured. She had given birth to 3 children. Then she came to me and was telling me a very intimate narrative. She said that anytime my husband makes an attempt at having intimacy with her, she gets scared. She gets scared. And so initially it was about, okay, why are you scared? And, she wasn't opening up. Then she talked about having a lot of pain during intimacy. So everybody thought maybe, give her some lubricant and all that. Then she confides in me and tells me, look, my first experience with my husband was bad. That she was only 14. She was only 14. And so that particular trauma has been sitting on her. Maybe she now has a post-traumatic stress disorder, maybe, has been sitting on her. So anytime the husband is making any advances, look, it's like hell. It's like hell. So this is how bad some of these child marriages actually can affect women. Additionally, it frequently interrupts the girl's education, and rightly so. For all of us sitting here, our ability to understand what I'm saying is because we've received some education, and probably even to the highest level, That's why we are all sitting here. That's why we are journalists. But a girl who has been forced into such marriage, chances are that she will not be able to get to where any of us here has gotten to. Because the man who agrees to marry such a girl, probably he himself hasn't even gone that high anyway. Sometimes, unfortunately, also, you get even the very elite who also settle down for this, if you like, record low habit, and therefore depriving these girls of their future. I just tried to show you something small. I think this is a race to child marriage. This graph is supposed to show child marriage. I think Gambia is somewhere around 30, number 13 or so. So we are there. I also see my own Ghana also somewhere. So we are all there, isn't it? It happens everywhere. I just wanted to show us that it's not a one-man show. It's not a one-man problem. It's for everybody. Okay, please let's move. Then these are, they say that 10 child marriage hotspots in Africa. Thank God, though, I don't see the Gambia here. So we are not part of the 10 hotspot countries, but we have Chad, we have Burkina, Mali, we have Southern Sudan, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and other countries where child marriage is very high. The next slide, please. Now, child marriage is most prevalent in the following regions. Sub-Saharan Africa, 32% of girls are married before turning 18. Before turning 18, they are married already. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 27% of girls get married before turning 18. And in South Asia, about 43% of girls are married also before 18. 16% actually married before age 15. Before age 15. Very bad statistics for us over here. What are some of the consequences of this child marriage? And so doctor will tell you about what we call VVF, vesical vaginal fistula. I mean, these girls, vesical vaginal fistula, you are talking about a communication between the bladder and the vagina. So they are sitting and they are leaking urine, So the bladder seems to be punctured and it's leading directly into the vagina. So they cannot hold urine. So they are sitting and urine is leaking. It's because of what we call obstructed labor. The pelvis is not prepared. It's not matured enough to be able to, hold pregnancy and for a baby to pass through. So it goes through a lot of trauma and therefore leads to vesical vaginal fistula. Now, some of these women also will develop PPH, postpartum hemorrhage. So that is postpartum, like after delivery, bleeding after delivery. And what causes that? Again, they are not prepared for it. They are not prepared for it. So labor can be very difficult. They will finish the bladder, the uterus refuse to contract, and therefore a lot of bleeding can occur. They can also get a lot of lacerations and bruises and bleed from those places. Postpartum hemorrhage is a very common cause of maternal mortality, death among mothers. Just for doing nothing wrong, attempting to give life, they end up dying. Then anemia, so that if they bleed and in inexperienced hands, they can actually become anemic, which is also another cause of death for most of these young girls. Like we spoke about the education. School dropouts, yes. I mean, a very ambitious young girl who started very brilliant. I mean, probably was aspiring to become the president of the Gambia, maybe. Or maybe the minister, a journalist, a doctor like myself, a nurse, whatever. But the dreams can be shattered because of early child marriage. Those dreams will be shattered. Because now you are married, you are supposed to perform your roles as a wife. And you are there talking about education. I mean, the husband might not have time for those. Then economic disadvantage. Yes, once she does not get the requisite preparation in terms of education to be able to consider the kind of world we live in today. I mean, where are you going to be without education? So they are economically disadvantaged among their peers. Okay, they lack skills. So how are they going to be able to, get involved in a trade or anything to be able to help them? Then the psychological impact, depression, a very common one that these girls always experience. Do not forget that these marriages are basically forced on them. So a lot of them experience depression. They develop anxiety, like the lady's story I told you who said the very first experience was so bad for her. So they become anxious. And then anxiety becomes the order of the day. Then it can even trigger psychosis in people. We have a lot of women who, after delivery or during pregnancy, because of the pregnancy stresses, can actually trigger psychosis in these women. Okay, and then they are sitting down and they are talking about the fact that they are hearing another voice apart from my voice. I mean, in here you are supposed to hear my voice, but if you are hearing any other voice which is not real, nobody else can hear, then you are losing touch with reality. So that's psychosis. They are sitting down and they are saying that the way my friend has folded her arms, it's in relation to them, it's really in relation to them. So clearly they have psychosis. Then the big one, female genital mutilation. This thing, a very common practice in most of Africa, a lot of our parts. In fact, in my own country, it's been outlawed anyway, but then still people find their own ways of getting it done. So It's a traditional and harmful practice that involves the partial or total removal of the external genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. Non-medical reasons. It's a form of human rights abuse. Female genital mutilation is prevalent in some countries in Africa, Asia, Middle East, and as well as some communities even in Europe, you know. And in Australia, Australia, I guess it will be the Torres Islanders and the Aborigines in North America. Now, 200 million girls and women live today who have undergone female genital mutilation. It is estimated that 3 million girls undergo this yearly. On a yearly basis, we have 3 million of our sisters who undergo female genital mutilation. So these are some of the tools that are used. Very barbaric, isn't it? So you are seeing sometimes in a family, they are lined up. They are lined up. I remember one lady back in my own country telling me, but she said she escaped it. But her sisters, so it was like the old lady came, and mostly these are done by old ladies, unfortunately. She came, and then they will line you up, and then she has a blade, you know. So imagine that same blade running through all the girls. So you can imagine the complications already. See how rusty they look, unfortunately. These are some of the tools that Gambia. Yes. So is it this? Her hands look like my auntie. You know, very, 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 very. You see how she's holding the blade, very professionally, isn't it? She's going to catch someone something. Very, very, very unfortunate. And these are some of the trauma and harm they put our sisters through. So this is a dashboard for female genital mutilation. And I think they say this showing women and girls aged between 15 and 49 who have undergone some form of FGM, female genital mutilation. And the Gambia seem to have about 75%, 75%. So it's quite high. The prevalence is quite high in the Gambia. It's quite high here too, yeah. What are some of the reasons why people engage in this female genital mutilation? For sociocultural reasons. You know, in some cultures, it is kind of seen as the norm. It is something they say it prepares you for womanhood. You know, it prepares you for womanhood. And so they have to do it. If they have to do it, okay. Then some for spiritual and religious reasons, even though not directly tagged to any particular religion. There's no particular religion that says everybody within this religion should do this, unlike male circumcision, where, you know, it seemed to be tied to religion. But female genital mutilation is not tied to any particular religion. However, some spiritual and religious people have also adopted it as one of the things they do. And so if you belong to that religion in certain context, you automatically will have to go through it. Then some say it's not hygienic. I mean, they say that, you know, mostly the clitoris that's cut. They say it looks more masculine. It's more like making the woman look like a male, you know. And because of that, they need to take it off so that you look more beautiful. Very unfortunately, I wonder if it makes it more beautiful anyway. But that is what they say. So for hygienic and aesthetic reasons, they think it's nasty. And then they want it to be more beautiful. Then there's also that psychosexual aspect of it also, which is also a reason why some people might want to engage in that. What are the complications this can lead to? Hemorrhage. It will cause bleeding and may lead to shock in these women. They could die, actually. Severe infection. You saw the tools. So that if any of those things should cut you, I'm sure you will run for tetanus injection, right? Anti-tetanus injection, right? But unfortunately, it's what runs through. And then you can also imagine the spread of HIV, hepatitis B and C, right? So that's that. And then after that procedure has been done for a woman, you know, they will do some suturing. So normally, those of us who have worked at the maternity for a while, You would see some women who have undergone FGM, they come and you see this scar. And so if labor gets difficult and, the vagina is struggling to expand, then you see that it can tear through. Sometimes it tears through where the scar is. And it's very difficult to manage, okay? So it creates a lot of labor complications also. Psychological trauma and stress. Sometimes the pain they go through, it's enough to cause a lot of psychological stress for them. Depression and anxiety is also very common. There are sexual complications also, such as dyspareunia, painful sex. After that, it's like the orifice has been limited, okay? And so sometimes it makes intercourse very, very painful for most of these people. They easily develop what we call pelvic inflammatory diseases. I think doctor had mentioned that. And it's also been found to be associated with infertility. It's also been found to be associated with infertility. Sometimes it can actually lead to what they call, urine retention, which is also another complication these women face. Now, we've come to the media proper. So all that we've been trying to do is to give you an overview of what the problem is. So now I want to look at you as media persons, as journalists. What can we do? I don't know if it's the same, but I believe it's same. In Ghana, we say that the media is supposed to educate, they inform, and they entertain. It's true, right? Great. So you inform, you entertain, you educate. So when it comes to education, the role of education, you use education to raise awareness. Through your information, you challenge stigma, and then you promote gender equality in your quest to solve this menace. Yeah. Now we say that if we want to use the media as a tool for social transformation, or why we need to use the media as a tool for transformation in this regard, we say that they have a key platform for disseminating information. You do. The last time I did this presentation on one of the platforms, I received a call from a journalist in Liberia who hosted me on one of her programs, because she thought that she needed the information to spread. And that platform belongs to you. All that we are doing here without you, we'll be hiding in a rat hole, isn't it? Nobody will hear about us. So you have that power. You also have that power, so you reach out to diverse audience, even those in the corners, those in places where nobody has, will ever get to read them. But your voices are there. And that is what makes you a very good partner in this quest. You break silence on some culturally sensitive issues. You are able to do that. Because some issues, until they are spoken about, they come across as taboo. But then when the media takes it up and they start hammering and start talking about it, then you're able to break the barrier, the cultural barrier, or the cultural... Yeah. Now, on infertility, what can you do? So media campaigns can challenge misconceptions. We have been told by my namesake Dennis here, we've been told by my senior brother, doctor here, about some of the misconceptions as far as infertility is concerned. And the reason why stigma thrives is when there is lack of knowledge. People don't know about the thing. So they have all sorts of conceptions about it. Now you have been told that men, also even in the Gambia, studies in the Gambia have shown that male factors are also there. I've given you the typical example of my experience from Ghana, where a woman was being accused until we did the seminal fluid analysis. And we realized the man is azoospermic. But the family was there blaming the woman. So when the media takes it up, the media can challenge these misconceptions. And once people get to know about it, you see, there was a time when HIV was dreaded so bad, isn't it? To the extent that probably if you knew that somebody had HIV, you wouldn't even want to sit closer to the person. But the media picked it up and started educating and started enlightening the world about HIV. And today, somebody boldly can stand and say, me, I have HIV. And he knows that nobody is going to stigmatize him or her. And you did that. And so you can do this also. You can do this also. You also have a big platform, and so you can share survivor stories and also medical facts like you have received today. People have gone through this infertility, have been accused of probably being witches, have been accused of being whatever it is, and they have suffered a big time. But you can use your platform to enable these people to tell their stories. They're able to win sympathy, they're able to gain empathy, and then it will help policymakers to make policies or take decisions that can help these particular women. And so we need you as partners in this cause. Encouraging dialogue and support groups. People are hiding, people are sitting, suffering all this pain. They don't even know who to talk to. They don't know who will listen to them. But the media can use your platform to encourage this dialogue to go on. Some, like knowledge, as we have shared over here, this dialogue that we are having today, you, through your broadcasting, will tell the whole world, or will tell the whole of Gambia that this is a situation. And then many more people would understand and buy into it. Yeah, please, the next slide. Yeah. Now on child marriage, when I started telling you about some of the complications, I saw my good brother's face. Was like, you know, he's worried for his small sisters, isn't it, who are suffering this. So the media has a role to play again. We raise awareness about the health risk and the legal implications. Raising awareness about the health risk and the legal implications. The media can expose cases and put pressure on policymakers. Some small girl might have just been given out. The media can pick that up and make the noise. And the more we do that, we put the government feet on fire. We put policymakers' feet on fire. You know, we put their feet to the fire, and then they begin to act. In Ghana, there was a story where a certain old woman had been accused by, is it a stepchild or so, of being a witch. Actually beat her properly. The woman unfortunately lost her life. But the media picked that up. And when they put the policymakers, policymakers' feet to the fire, the police went out there, looked for the woman. After she did that, she had run away anyway. The police looked for her, brought her to book. You know. So when you step into the matter, we almost always get results. So we need you in this particular regard. Promoting positive role models of empowered young women. Sitting under this program and seeing the First Lady, Her Excellency, the name doesn't come easily, but Her Excellency. I was admired so much. I'm like, wow, she can be a great role model for a lot of our young girls to aspire to. A lot of our mothers and our fathers, unfortunately, were in the hinterlands who think that giving their daughters out in marriage, especially even at those young ages, was a respite for them. They can realize that by taking care of them, they will actually benefit more than giving them out into destruction. You, the media, can mobilize community leaders to discuss the practice and therefore discourage it. You can mobilize them, understand where their issues are, get experts to address those issues, and it's very much likely that the community would buy into it. On gender-based violence, the media can highlight survivors' voices, like the woman, the video we saw, whose husband chopped off her arms and butchered her badly because of infertility. If the media probably hadn't taken up that story, maybe Merck Foundation wouldn't have heard about it to even provide the support they did. So again, the media can highlight these survivors' voices for the whole world to hear about their narrative, and then policy can come in their favor. You are also the people to break the culture of silence. There are some of the issues that are considered sensitive. Again, like the child marriages we spoke about, quite sensitive. I mean, if you are in an environment which is religion dominated, it might be difficult, but that is the role of the media, to break that culture of silence. The media has done it as far as democracy is concerned. Today, Africa practices a lot of this democracy because of the media. The media decided to speak. And then that is why we are where we are today. And I believe that this also, if the media steps in, we can change the narrative, you know. We can campaign to report, to promote safe reporting channels. Sometimes when someone has seen somebody abusing another, like in my country where I say, you ask the woman what happened, they say, oh, I fell. they try to rationalize the thing. But there can be whistleblowers who come in, the media can provide a platform where they can report it, we can take it up, investigate it in more details, and then come out to bring some help to these people who suffer these conditions. And then we can also educate communities on legal protections and their rights. Sometimes the people do not even know what laws are in their favor. They think they don't have any remedy to these situations that they go through. So we can, through the media, educate these people. FGM. There are several documentaries, like I showed you there, my auntie's hands, the Gambian picture. Documentaries and stories exposing the harmful effect. And I'm sure if you talk to doctor here, he would have told you some of his experiences with women, probably delivering women who have undergone FGM, the good, the bad, the ugly. We can use them to actually make a case. Media advocacy can lead to policy change, like I have mentioned earlier. Creating community dialogue platform to discuss some of these challenges, and then promoting alternative rites of passage. I mean, sometimes when people have gone through all these difficulties. In conclusion, what am I saying? The media is central in raising awareness and driving change, breaking silence around stigma and harmful practices. It is also central in empowering communities through knowledge. Through knowledge. Let's not forget that stigma always thrives where there's no knowledge. So once we have good knowledge, we are able to break the chains of stigma. So state media engagement is key to lasting impact. Thank you so much for listening. I'm grateful.
Thank you, no, Dr. Daleri. There must be, I guess, some few questions from the journalists. And I also have one from my side, sure, which I'm going to, of course, ask. I have the privilege of having the mic.
Sure.
Any questions, please? Yes, of course. Who can stop you, ma'am?
Dr. Daniel, thank you for the presentation.
Welcome.
It was so beautiful listening, because it's like you're telling us exactly what we hear every day in our homes. And thank you for sharing that moment you have with that woman who had the problem with the husband. But looking at the Gambian context, the perspective that we live in, it's very difficult as a married woman living in a big family compound, and probably you're the second wife, and the first wife already have 2 or 3 children, and the husband is marrying 4. So you're in the second position, but a problem is you can't have a baby. What do we do as journalists? How can we remedy this situation?
All right. So like we said, in fact, you see the Gambian culture, it's not too different from the Ghanaian culture. Because this narrative you gave is the same thing I experienced up there where I work. It's the same narrative. So usually, again, that is when we call the media, we invite the media on board. You see, the narrative is that once all the other 3 women have children, and this one does not have a child, chances are, she's barren. And that is where the stigma comes in. But then with the media's education, we could show that there are a lot of actually treatable conditions. Okay, treatable conditions, doctor had mentioned some of them. So there are treatable conditions that if this man supports his wife to be able to, to get help, he will be able to treat these conditions and she may conceive. Okay, so until we have exhausted all available means, we don't give up on these women. Aside from that, even when all those means have failed, it still does not mean giving up on them, because women are worth more than just pregnancy. That is the reality. They are worth more than just pregnancy. That would be my, advice. Thank you.
Any more question for Dr. Daleri?
Good afternoon. My name is Loliam Kamara, and thank you for that insightful presentation. So mine will be a comment.
Okay.
As journalists, I think is very insightful, and we get to understand certain things, especially the language and terms that we can use. So we will try our best to raise awareness. It's just awareness. I think that is just going to be the message here. Let's, try as much as possible to raise that awareness. People don't know. People don't want to talk about these issues because they are very sensitive issues. So as much as we talk to user platforms and raise awareness, they will get to understand. And like you said, we are more than a wife. We are, so let's just keep raising that awareness. Let's use our platforms to raise awareness. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question actually is, people often blame media that write positive stories. But there are people who doesn't want to read the positive stories. People are more intent towards the negative story so that it can catch their eyes. So what is your take on that? Like, then how the media can write the positive stories if everybody wants to hear the negative stories?
Anyway, so again, permit me to say probably that's your own occupational hazard, isn't it? Because then everybody seems to sometimes the stories when they follow in a particular trend only, it becomes difficult for your listeners to actually appreciate. So yes, negative story, like in our particular context, we can share the challenges people have gone through. I think so. We can share those challenges. Like the examples I've given you, we can share. The video we watched, that woman and all the brutality she suffered. These are negative stories, okay? We can share them. And normally when we bring these things up and out, it makes everybody, as humans as we are, there's always that part of us that try to first go for empathy. We are like, oh, like seriously? So even the person who is probably doing same in his own home actually looks at it and says, no, but this one is below the belt. That's normally the first thing, even though he would do it anyway. But he first said, no, but this is below the belt. I wouldn't have done it this way. So we can report people's pain. We can share that with the people. Just that, again, as media people, we may just have to be sensitive about some of the stories we share. And then so that when we are able to pick up, also get the positive aspect, it doesn't then look as if we are always telling even the bad news and there's nothing good about it. So when the good also comes, we share equally. So I think in our particular context, we have both the positive and the negative that we can share. Thank you.
Dr. Daleri, thank you very much. There is one, it's, you can clap. Yes, of course. He gives a very wonderful presentation. I always like his presentation. It is very insightful. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. There is one question for Dr. Musa, which is from Mr. Sankan. You wanted to ask one question from Dr. Musa Marena. And we still have 5 minutes, so I can keep one question for you to ask, please.
Just comment, about, beating the stigma. So I would like to just set an example. My own story about, male infertility. It was caused subsequent to medication, but I've been able to defeat it. So I see myself as an ambassador in the anti-stigmatization of male fertility. I just wanted to add that up.
Dr. Musa, this question was for you. You have the mic, please.
Yes, I think if we have more of people who can be seen and are known, I think the stigma, we will be able to do a lot with the stigma. The issue is in some communities it's usually difficult, and the media, I think we should also begin to speak in our language. We tend to write a lot of the official language, but we also have to use the national language a lot when we are doing some of this sensitization. There are very few number of Gambians who can read and write. They can understand whatever you are writing on the media. I think if you begin to speak Wolof, Mandinka, Sarahule, and all those things, I think the information will be spread further than all of you writing in English. These presentations and everything that we have done here have been in English, but for the Gambians to benefit, I think it would be the responsibility of those in the media to be able to translate this into the local languages. I think Doc can tell you, in Ghana, most of the news when I was there, it was even difficult for me to get English news because whatever is written in English, they will translate it directly into their own language. I think Gambia, we should begin to do that. And so that we can, we have a lot of medical illiteracy in the Gambia. We need to improve on that. It includes even healthcare workers. The literacy level is very low when it comes to health. We have a lot of belief system. Some of us have been with this for 40 years. And all of a sudden, somebody comes and tell you something different. It's difficult for you to comprehend. Even if you are a doctor, sometimes you have your own belief in some of these things. I think we need to begin to tell the young ones these things so that when they grow up to become adults, they will have a better understanding than us as adults. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are meeting after lunch. Lunch is prepared outside. You can have the lunch, and please come back. You have to come back in another 45 minutes, please. Everybody please settle down. I request everybody please settle down. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Now, before moving on to the next speaker on diabetes and hypertension, I would like to share with you all that Merck Foundation has created 2 animation films, Sugar Free Jude and Mark's Pressure. The first animation films in Africa to raise awareness about diabetes, hypertension, and to promote healthy lifestyle. Through our new animation films, we want to encourage our communities to stop sugar, limit salt intake, exercise regularly, eat healthy, and never smoke. This is the only way to eradicate diabetes and hypertension, which are predominant risk factors for the development of several serious complications and heart disease. Before we call on our next speaker, who will shed light more on this topic, we would play our animation film, created to promote healthy lifestyle and raise awareness on the early detection and prevention of diabetes and sugar-free Jude. I request my team to please play the video.
Merck found no more diabetes. Reverse diabetes. Goodbye.
It's morning rush time to school, and Jude is about to take a big bite into his breakfast on the go. Jude loves donuts, especially sugar-coated ones.
I love the taste of sugar on my donuts. It makes my morning sweet with this juice combination.
Jude, don't you think your eating habits are too unhealthy? I am worried about the rate at which you consume sugar products.
James, relax. I can't wait to eat my lunch. More donuts? There's nothing to worry about.
Jude was not bothered about James' concern. He went on eating more sweet foods day after day. As the days passed by, Jude started noticing something quite unusual.
My goodness, not again.
Jude would wake up several times at night to wee. It was so uncomfortable. Not only that, but he also noticed that he would wake up very thirsty. Jude would need to drink water multiple times during the day as well as night, and this also meant using the washroom several times.
Oh my God, this is so destructive and shameful.
What is it? This appears to be the third time you woke up to use the bathroom. You even look a bit fat. Very unusual.
I have no idea, Mom. And I've been feeling very thirsty lately as well. And sometimes tired.
We need to see the doctor to make sure all is well with.
I agree, Mom. It disrupts my day at school too much.
At the clinic, Dr. Yobo decides to conduct a few tests to confirm his diagnosis about Jude. He opts to do a blood glucose test to check Jude's blood sugar level.
So according to the results, you have type 2 diabetes.
Type 2 what?
Diabetes is a condition wherein the blood sugar level in your body becomes too high. In type 2 diabetes, there is insulin resistance or relative deficiency of insulin that results in excessive blood sugar, which in turn can lead to other health problems. In short, type 2 diabetes is a metabolic condition in which the body's insulin is either ineffective or relatively insufficient to deal with the blood glucose levels.
Dr. Yobo continued to explain to Jude about his condition.
The exact cause of diabetes is not known, but genetics, family history of diabetes, and an unhealthy lifestyle seems to be the most common and important causative factors.
What happens if diabetes is not well controlled?
The long-term complications of diabetes can include the following: stroke, blindness, heart disease, kidney failure, sexual dysfunction, and amputation. Type 2 diabetes is a chronic condition in which there is bodily resistance to the insulin produced by the pancreas, and it typically manifests in adolescents. Managing this will require medication and regular blood sugar tests as well as a healthy lifestyle.
It was tough to accept for Jude at the beginning.
My days with sugar-coated donuts and sweetened drinks are over.
But he had support for his new lifestyle. The school made sure his lunch was not full of the usual sweet things, and his friends reminded him to take his sugar test and play football or basketball with them regularly to keep healthy. His parents were also supportive, preparing healthy meals for him and removing all sweet and sugary drinks from the house. In fact, all family members became sugar-free too. Back in school, Jude and his friends soon formed a Sugar Police Kids Club to raise awareness about the condition and to help others who had diabetes or were pre-diabetic so they can prevent and early diagnose it.
Try to go sugar-free in your meals. Eat more fruits and veggies, along with moderate daily exercise. Our lives can be so sweet without sugar too. Let's all work together to fight diabetes every day.
Merck Foundation. No more diabetes. Reverse diabetes. Goodbye.
Now let us call our fourth speaker of the day, Dr. Dyke Michael, Department of Family Medicine, Niger Foundation Hospital and Diagnostic Center, Nigeria, and Merck Foundation alumni. Dr. Dyke will be talking about promoting a healthy lifestyle and raising awareness about prevention and early detection of diabetes and hypertension. He will also highlight on how to report it to the community. Dr. Dyke, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. As have been rightly introduced, I am Dr. D.K. Chinedu Michael from Nigeria. I'll be taking the topic as shown on the screen, promoting healthy lifestyle, raising awareness about prevention and early detection of diabetes and hypertension, how to report it to the community. Okay. So this is okay, thank you very much. So this is a health media training, as you're well aware of, on this same topic, which I've mentioned earlier a few seconds ago. So let's proceed. This is okay. Okay, so I've got it. Okay, so non-communicable diseases are so these are essentially conditions that are due to usually non-infectious causes. So they are chronic conditions not caused by infections. That's non-communicable diseases. Examples are cardiovascular diseases like hypertension, which you all know as the silent killer, diabetes, cancers, and chronic respiratory diseases. So among the chronic respiratory diseases include things like asthma and then chronic obstructive lung disease or pulmonary disease. Now, these account for 74% of global deaths, according to World Health Organization. So they're actually a cause for concern. Now, in Africa, we know that we deal a lot with infectious conditions like tuberculosis, which is a leading cause of infectious diseases and morbidity and mortality in Africa and the world over. It is the commonest cause of infectious disease-related morbidity and mortality. Now, in the era of COVID overtook it as the commonest cause, tuberculosis, but now TB is back. But however, we are having a trend where we're moving towards non-communicable diseases that are not naturally spread from person to person by contact. However, can be due to other conditions such as lifestyle or maybe genetics, as we'll see in the subsequent slides. So genetics, lifestyle, poor nutrition, tobacco, and alcohol use can contribute to these NCDs. Okay. So, as I explained earlier, so non-communicable diseases or NCDs are such as cardiovascular disease and diabetes, cancer. They are due to genetic lifestyle factors. So many factors play a role in them, and they're actually chronic. They last for long. Many times we manage them. We give medications. We recommend exercise, but then one bears it for a long time. So that's why people tend to get impatient. So I've met patients that say that, okay, I'm diabetic now. I've been told I have diabetes. Okay, I took the drug you gave me. I used it for 2 weeks. My sugar control improved, and I stopped the medication. And they come back to you after a month, and the sugar is high again. And doctor, why is that high now? So they think it's like malaria, where you take tablets for 3 days and you're fine. But for these conditions, they require longer term of treatment. All of them, hypertension, cancer, asthma, and that's the difference. So they have to realize that it takes a while, and they have to be on it for long. So here we try to encourage them so they don't get discouraged. Okay, so this is a picture and infographic showing us common NCDs. So high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, heart attack, chronic respiratory disease like asthma, and then cancer. Okay. So let's look at diabetes. So diabetes is a chronic metabolic disease that is characterized by elevated levels of blood glucose. So blood glucose levels are high in diabetes over time, and which leads to damage to heart, blood vessels, eyes, and kidneys. So in diabetes, the key feature is that the blood glucose is high, or the blood sugar is high. And once the blood sugar is high, it has deleterious consequences, damaging consequences to the body, affecting both the vessels, the big vessels and the small vessels, resulting in those things mentioned there. Cardiovascular condition like stroke also causes the peripheral artery disease, and then causes diabetic eye disease, diabetic kidney disease, diabetic nerve disease. The symptoms are shown on the screen. There's excessive thirst. We just saw a video about the animation, this boy that was careless with his diet and then became obese, and instead of having symptoms of diabetes, he kept urinating a lot, he went to pee a lot, and also was drinking a lot of water. So that core features: excessive thirst, excessive urination, excessive appetite, start eating a lot. Because the body has glucose. However, it can't utilize glucose. So in diabetes, it's like a starvation in the midst of excess. So a lot of glucose in the bloodstream, but insulin is like a key that opens the blood cells for glucose to enter into the cells and then to be used for metabolic for body function. But if without insulin, the glucose stays in the bloodstream and doesn't enter into the cells, the tissues to do the work. So it's like a starvation when it's surrounded by excess. So excess in the bloodstream, but it cannot get into the cells because there is no key to open the door. And that key is insulin. So it is lacking in diabetes. So they keep on passing out the glucose in urine and the body doesn't utilize it. So they need more glucose. And then with passing out glucose in that high quantity, they also lose water. They get dehydrated. So they have to pee a lot, have to drink a lot of water. There's also weight loss. With this kind of picture, the body can't utilize glucose. So glucose is taken. So you eat foods, all the glucose is passed away. It doesn't get stored. So you begin to lose weight. And then there's also vision changes. You get blurry vision and fatigue. So this is an infographic again, showing us the different excessive thirst, slow healing of wounds or cuts, constant hunger, excessive tiredness. So the person just feels tired, he has blurry vision, he's always thirsty. Then on the feet, when it begins to affect the nerves, sensation on the foot drops. So you now have what they call numbness, tingling, paresthesia. Those are the early signs of diabetic peripheral neuropathy, or peripheral nerve damage. So typically how it flows is they call it a stocking and glove pattern. It starts with where the stockings are worn on the feet, right? And then the gloves on the hands. So the sensation, abnormal sensation starts from the feet. It starts feeling tingling, like pins and needles sensation. Then it has the numbness, and then gradually it may now spread on the feet, and then it may spread to the hands later on. That's a sign of diabetic complication. Then there's a sudden weight loss. So a typical fellow, this is known by loosening of previously tight-fitting clothes. So I used to wear maybe my belt hole, I have to adjust it because now where I put it is no longer, it can't hold me anymore. I have to tighten it because I've lost weight. So that's how you know you have weight loss. Of course, you measure it to be objective, but that is a way of knowing it from your own experience. And excessive urination and blood vision. These are the common features. Okay, so we moved a bit. So these are the risk factors of diabetes. Let's go back one step. So these are the main classification of diabetes: type 1, type 2, and gestational. Type 1 is one that is, in the past, was called insulin dependent. So it usually occurs in younger people, and they need to be on insulin all through their lives because the body's insulin producing mechanism is destroyed and the body destroys its own insulin producing mechanism. So the person needs to be on insulin administered externally throughout his life. Type 2 is usually late onset, maybe adult above 45 years old. And the person may or may not be on insulin, but may do well with tablets and will do well with lifestyle modification, exercise, diet, and all to help in managing type 2. Then gestational diabetes is pregnancy related. So it happens in pregnancy. Typically, a woman she has normal glucose levels before she's pregnant. She comes to antenatal, books her pregnancy. Then around 28 weeks of pregnancy, the sugar level starts going up. So that's the pregnancy-related diabetes, because it will usually remain high from 28 weeks of pregnancy. That's about at the end of the 7th month, more or less, end of the 7th, actually around 7 months. That's when it starts, and it goes on till the woman gives birth. Typically, when she gives birth, the sugar levels will drop and then become normal after she has given birth. But then it may happen again in subsequent pregnancies. And once she has had it once, sugar levels shooting up during pregnancy. Studies show that within the next 10 years, she may have a full-blown type 2 diabetes that will not be linked to pregnancy anymore. Okay. So look at this picture here, showing us the risk factors for type 2 diabetes. A family history. So if my father or my mom has diabetes, then I'm at increased risk for having diabetes. If I'm above 45 years old, that's also a risk factor. Age, older adults. The ethnicity is common among Hispanics, Latin Americans, and African Americans. They have a lot of diabetic people in that population. Of course, it affects everyone around the world. In fact, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria leads with the highest number of diabetes cases. We have 3 million cases in Nigeria, according to the current data from International Diabetes Federation. Of course, in the higher values in North Africa, which is not under the Africa region, but sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria has the highest number of diabetic patients according to the current data, and it's above 3 million for Nigeria. In the whole of African continent, diabetics are around 20 million in the whole African continent, based on available data. So physical inactivity is also a risk factor. So a sedentary lifestyle, like you see the picture shows someone lying down, because you tend to become obese on the big side. And when you're obese, there's a risk of insulin resistance. The body cannot detect insulin anymore. So you need more insulin, and then that's diabetes full blown. Being overweight, of course, is a risk factor. High blood pressure, high cholesterol level, and smoking. Okay, so this is also showing some complications. So there are complications that affect the small blood vessels, and some affect the large blood vessels. For the small blood vessels, there are 3 main complications: diabetic eye disease, damage, kidney damage. Diabetes is the leading cause of blindness, kidney failure, and also amputation because of the nerve damage. The person doesn't sense when he has an injury on his foot, a small cut, he won't feel it, so it will be invaded by damage because infection. It begins to eat up the person's skin. Before the person realizes this is now a full-blown infection that begins to spread and causes death of tissues and result in gangrene and amputations. Then other complications include stroke, as we all know, heart diseases, and sexual dysfunction. Usually in men, they tend to have erectile dysfunction following diabetes. So this is some things to look at as regards nutrition. So eat less, eat more, eat all. So how do we prevent diabetes? I've put here, I have 4 points: healthy body weight, being physically active, diet, avoid tobacco. Well, diabetes prevention can be summarized with a mnemonic, which I'll call DREAMS. 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 So who wants to dream with me here? So let's go. D stands for diets. Whole grain, plant predominant eating pattern. That's diets, good diets, healthy balanced diets. The R stands for restorative sleep. So scientists say that 8 hours of sleep is recommended for a healthy adult. Then A stands for avoidance of risky substances like alcohol, which we should limit the intake, and smoking, which we should stop entirely. The M stands for maintaining positive social connections, okay? And then, such as we are doing here, I see you interacting with other journalists and media personnel. You have a positive social connection. It does help. And the last S there stands for stress management. So if you do the dreams, then you can prevent type 2 diabetes. So let's dream together. So let's move on to the next part, which is on hypertension. Hypertension is called a silent killer. You may wonder why. Because people can have elevated blood sugar elevated blood pressure without realizing it. When they know is when they have a stroke, they come down with a stroke. So it's not uncommon for someone to moving around the streets, blood pressure is high, he or she doesn't know. Until one day, when we were coming out of the bathroom, experiences a very strong headache, like a thunderclap, the worst headache of someone's life. And he says, my head, that's what you hear. The person collapses, you do a CT scan, imaging of the brain, and you see that there's a ruptured blood vessel. There's bleeding in the brain. That's how hypertension can cause that. That's a hemorrhagic or a bleeding type of stroke, which usually carries a poorer prognosis. So that's a silent killer. So the person doesn't know, and then suddenly the person comes down with hypertension, which if I come out with the complication of hypertension, which is stroke. Now, sometimes they come down with kidney damage. I need to be on dialysis. Maybe you now require a kidney transplant, which is very expensive. In millions of naira, maybe, at least in naira, my country, it runs in millions, several $1,000s to have a kidney transplant done. So hypertension is diagnosed when measured on 2 different days. The blood pressure is greater than or equal to 140, the upper value, which is called systolic, and greater than or equal to 90 meters of mercury, the lower value, on 2 different days. So that's the cutoff mark. So it's a condition when the blood vessels have persistently raised pressure, which has damaging effects. Like I said, it can cause a stroke. It's like blood is flowing through a pipe. Imagine you have a pipe in your house and the water is flowing through it. Suddenly the pressure becomes so high, the pipes can't withstand it, and it just rupture and it begins to leak out. So that can happen to the brain in a setting of a bleeding type of stroke. Of course, the prognosis, the outcome tends to be poor, but people recover from that type anyway, in some cases, if there's early and timely intervention. Hypertension is a leading cause of cardiovascular disease. Okay, so let's see the next slide. So what are the risk factors? Some are modifiable, some are non-modifiable. What is modifiable is what I've told you earlier, those lifestyle factors, the dreams, diets, restorative sleep, exercise. Okay, I think I didn't mention exercise the last time. Exercise is what it means that we should do at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity. Okay, that helps. Like brisk walking, 30 minutes a day for 5 days a week. That's recommended to be an active life. And then there's consumption of tobacco and alcohol, which is modified. You can choose to quit. Overweight, we can manage your weight, do exercise, go to the gym. Non-modifiable risk factors like family history. So if you have a parent with diabetes, hypertension, well, you can't change it. It's already there. If you are over 65 years, well, you can't reverse your age. And if you have coexisting conditions like diabetes or kidney disease, then you're at increased risk. Okay, so so now a person with high blood pressure, usually they are asymptomatic. That's why it's called as without symptoms. That's why it's called a silent killer. So the key thing is to measure the blood pressure regularly. Go for regular health checks, measure your blood pressure, and detect early when it is going too high. Now, when it is high, there are some symptoms that will present, such as early morning headaches, nosebleeds. And so this nose having bleeding from your nose. At times, high blood pressure affects the blood vessels in your nose, and then they begin to leak out from the seep out blood. Then irregular heartbeats, vision changes, starts blurring vision, buzzing the ears. And then there's also severe hypertension when there's fatigue, nausea, vomiting, confusion, anxiety, muscle tremors, and chest pain. Okay, so now this is showing the complications of hypertension. It affects the blood vessels, can cause stroke, can cause a heart attack, can cause a kidney damage. Hypertension and diabetes, both of them are leading causes of end-stage renal failure or kidney damage, resulting in dialysis. So you can prevent your high blood pressure if you reduce salt intake. Now, what is particular about the hypertension in blacks or Africans is that it is salt sensitive, which means that Africans generally respond to small quantity of salt. So with little salt, our blood pressure can go up a lot. So we have salt sensitive hypertension. So it is important for us to reduce our salt intake because we are very salt sensitive. With little salt, it can shoot up our blood pressure because of the sodium content of salt. So reduce the salt intake to less than 5 grams per day. Eat fruits and vegetables, avoid saturated and trans fats, avoid tobacco, limit alcohol intake, and be physically active. 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week of brisk walking would help. Follow medical advice and adhere to lifestyle changes. Take medicines as prescribed. Regularly check your blood pressure. And reduce and manage stress. Now, I've talked about this when I mentioned that we should dream together. So let's do the final penultimate slides. The role of the media. Now, mass media, which is where you all come in, you provide an important link between rural residents and vital health information. Now, I know that I had to appear on media platforms, both radio, mostly radio, to talk about health condition. Now, with the media platform, I'm able to reach a wider audience that I wouldn't have been able to go to. In fact, I've done it across borders. You know, at some point, I was asked to talk about something on a radio in Liberia, for example. But then I was called into the program to talk about a condition and then reaching a Liberian audience from Nigeria. So that is what the media can do. So I can share my knowledge to a wider audience rather than just to the patient I see, which are many, but still limited. So media helps health workers to expand their audience reach, as I just said. They play a very huge role in educating the public about health concerns. So you are the communication experts. We just saw an animation about diabetes. And then you see that in that very interactive, engaging, colorful manner, I can reach a wider audience. You can break it down to the common man so they can understand what this thing is and how they can prevent or self-manage it as the case may be. So you are the expert, and we count on you to help us to get this message to the furthest corners of the world. So you have a responsibility to report accurate health and science information to the public. You can also play a supplementary role by being integrated into a program that includes a face-to-face or other forms of intervention. So it's very important. You know, we can't overemphasize the role of the media in managing hypertension and diabetes. So many jingles that can be played on your programs, on your TV shows that will create awareness, even in different languages. Sorry. So now this can be used at different levels of audience organization, such as individual, network, societal levels. Okay, so now I've been involved in this dealing with media personnel sometimes, so I see how valuable their role is and how much more people I get to meet or get to reach out to, and which eventually improves the quality of life of Africans and people around the world in general. So health promotion, disease prevention, the goal is to enhance and population at risk, so that by doing all these things, we can contribute towards making Africa and the world at large a better place for us all, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals of improving health, and also ensuring that nobody is left out, and in this desire to transmit, to propagate good health education as well as healthcare to people all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dyke. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Dr. Dyke, please? Any questions for Dr. Dyke? Okay.
Yeah, my name is Alassane. I have a question. I have one brother who is diabetic and he is a smoker. He smokes a lot, and they have advised him to stop smoking, and he didn't stop it still. And what can you advise him as far as he is a diabetic person?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Which country did you say you're from?
Gambia.
The Gambia. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're the host country. So it is important. Diabetes care is individualized. That's the very first thing. However, there's some guidelines that apply to people in general. Amongst them is what I said earlier, of smoking, many guidelines and most guidelines advocate that smoking should be stopped. So cessation of smoking, because it affects blood glucose control. Then besides just the fact of quitting smoking, he also needs to make sure that his numbers are in check. His blood glucose is checked regularly. He's taking his medications as and at when due. He's going for checkups to make sure that he's not developing complications so that they can be addressed on time. So he needs to have a doctor that is following him up regularly. So have an appointment with a doctor and see regularly to track all his progress in these different parameters. So he has to also make out time to be committed to the follow-up visits, not to give up. So you can also support him, since you know him, by encouraging him to see the doctor regularly, to be there for his appointments. And then when they prescribe medications or a dietary plan or exercise routine, you try to help him to keep to the exercise routine. So adherence to those prescriptions, so that way it improves his condition, his blood glucose control is better, and then he has a better and improved quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dyke. Now I would like Mr. Christopher to please Dr. Christopher Isiguzo is the president of Congress of African Journalists Nigeria, and he will be speaking on the role of media and reaching out to communities at grassroots levels and raising awareness on health and social issues like infertility stigma, girls' education, girls' child marriage, GBV, and FGM, etc. I request Dr. Christopher to please come out.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and friends from different parts of Africa. Ordinarily, one would say that earlier speakers have substantially dealt with this aspect of our conversation. But because it's been programmed, so we'll be able to share a few perspectives from our own point of view or through lens. Well, first of all, I must extend deep gratitude to Merck Foundation for putting together this forum at this critical time when the world, and indeed Africa and Asia, are contending with compounding public health crisis, structural inequalities, and cultural norms that continue summons. It challenges us to reimagine the role of the media, not as a detached observer, but as a partner in progress, a catalyst for social reconstruction, and a pillar of people-centered development. Historically, media has served as both the mirror and megaphone of the society, reflecting the souls of nations while amplifying voices that shape our future. Yet, in many of our communities, particularly at the grassroots level, the mirror remains fogged and the megaphone has been largely muted. In this context, we must re-envision media not merely as an information delivery system, but as a tool of liberation. In villages without hospitals, in towns with no therapists, in districts where the school is a radio, media is an infrastructure. It is the first responder in a crisis of ignorance. It is a town square in a fragmented society. More than ever, media must fulfill its highest democratic duty. And that's where the trilogy functions of the media, where it comes in to inform, to inspire, and to reignite change, especially on issues that affect the most vulnerable. Now we're going to be examining the imperative of media intervention in key areas that continue to jeopardize the health, dignity, and rights of millions of Africans and Asians, particularly, like I said earlier on, women and children. The first issue here is infertility stigma. When we started our conversation earlier on, in fact, before the very first presentation, the organizers have shown us a clip, so to speak, and it's centered on a woman from Kenya, Jacqueline Mwende, whose hand was chopped off by the husband, who just walked into her room and chopped off her hand. Not because she committed any offense, not because she committed any crime in particular, but because of her inability to conceive. I think that clip alone summed up substantially the whole essence of the conversations we've had around infertility. Our first speaker dealt with this issue. The second speaker dealt with it. But when you sum up the 2 hours they spent, that video that lasted for less than 2 minutes summed it up. Infertility in our societies is often viewed through a lens of cultural judgments, religious dogma, and social exclusion, with women frequently bearing the brunt of the blame. Despite science revealing a complex shared reality between both partners, the silence around infertility is deadly. It fuels depression, marital breakdown, domestic abuse, and even suicide. These are some of the very high negative or negatives that we experience on our daily life as a result of infertility. Yet, we as media men, especially the mainstream media, rarely explores these subjects with the nuance, empathy, or accuracy it deserves. It's sad that sometimes you even see media men who ordinarily should know. They treat it with kid's glove. Well, maybe she has refused to conceive because of a generational cause, because of ancestral cause, and all that. We tend to attribute it to that, and the challenge continues to stare us in the face. We must elevate human-centered storytelling, documentaries that demystify infertility, radio call-in program that offers medical insights. The speaker from Liberia captured this. She did tell us that she appears on radio programs where she discusses this very important issue. And of course, community outreach campaigns that involve religious and traditional leaders. We must create such fora where we get the traditional leaders, the religious leaders, listen to this issue and the solutions therein. Only then can we transition from blame to understanding, from secrecy to solidarity. Across sub-Saharan Africa and parts of South Asia, over 130 million girls remain out of school. But we know and must keep saying that when you educate a girl, you educate a nation. But we seem so complacent in bringing this critical challenge to the front burner. We say it is become more like a sing-song. Yesterday, one of the speakers at the opening ceremony or at the ministerial briefing, that's what I called it, talked about the issue of when you train or when you educate the girl child, you educate a nation. Media, and when I talk about media, I understand that an appreciable percentage of people that are here today are media people from different environments and countries. We must go beyond advocacy headlines, captivating headlines. You know, we couch it in such a way to be so captivating. We must go beyond that. The media must begin to chronicle the ripple effects of girl-child education on economic development, on maternal health, and civic engagement. We need investigative journalism that interrogates why girls are dropping out of school. Has it got to do with school fees? Or has it got to do with menstruation stigma? Has it got to do with teacher harassment or child labor? Some of these issues can account for it. But we must begin to interrogate it. Why do they drop out of school? Though every microphone, or through every microphone, every pen, every pixel, we must echo this truth. The future is female, but only if she is first educated. The future cannot be female when she is out of school. It is female when that female is educated first. Girl-child marriage. Every year, an estimated 12 million girls are married before the age of 18. Many before even they understand their rights, their bodies, and their futures. I've had instances where they are betrothed at birth. They are willed to one old man that would marry her once she gets to maybe 11 or 12. That's what happens. And we see people who ought to know. We see political actors who are supposed to be leaders. They are the ones promoting this unfortunate issue. Yes. And we watch them with glee and do nothing. We do nothing. These girls don't even know their left from their right. They don't know about their body. They don't know about their futures. But they're already married. And we think it is normal. We must pierce this veil of cultural complicity. Because oftentimes when it happens, we say, yeah, that is our tradition. That is our belief. That is our culture. That is our way of life. No. We cannot allow this complicity made in hell to continue. We must amplify survivor stories, expose the economic motivations behind early marriages. Yes, we also have instances where they happen because maybe the parents, they don't have the wherewithal, to take care of such children. And in order to get support, the would-be benefactor now outlines his conditions, one of which must include that this girl is going to be betrothed to me. And as a result of that, we do it. We do it. And we must also spotlight regions that have successfully enhanced local bans. Yes, in our country, in my country, Nigeria, the Child Rights Act, which substantially protects the child, is functional at the federal level and has been domesticated across states. At the moment, we probably have not covered the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory in our country, but the message is spreading like wildfire. But will I say that we have effectively conquered it? The answer is no. The fight against child marriage is not just a battle of policies. It is a battle of perceptions. When you talk about perceptions, who are the people that have got unmatched power when it comes to perceptions? It's the media. Whatever we want the society to know and believe is what we dish out. So time has come for us as media men, members of the media fraternity, to rise up and say no to girl-child marriage. And when we weave that ideology, which transcends, of course, to a very large extent, diminishes cultural complicity or religious complicity, then the message will change. And of course, it will soar across our nations, our countries. This is a time for us to wield that power. We own it, and we should not give it out. Gender-based violence. This is not only a violation of human rights. I describe it as an epidemic. As we speak, 1 in 3 women globally will experience physical or sexual violence in her lifetime. In conflict zones, in homes, in schools, gender-based violence festers, silenced by shame and reinforced by impunity. Yes, oftentimes one of the speakers, dramatized it somehow. Even when a woman is suffering at home, she is smiling in the public, somehow protecting the very man that has continued to enslave her. But sadly, gender-based violence is not just about the women anymore. The men are equally suffering it. In fact, as I speak, we are trying to crack a particular unfortunate development in one of the states in Nigeria, where the woman reportedly poured fuel on the husband and set him ablaze. 5 months marriage, not even up to a year, not even up to 10 years. 5 months, beautiful wedding, people, wore designer clothes, uniforms, celebrated the marriage, and in 5 months, one of the parties in that contract was set ablaze. That's the reality that stares us in the face. Gender-based violence. We as media professionals must be both sword and shield, confronting perpetrators with facts and exposing systemic failures while shielding survivors through ethical, trauma-informed reporting. The coverage must be relentless, not episodic. It must be survival-led, not pity-driven. It must inform legal and policy reform, not just public outreach. Beyond the public outrage we experience each time, it happens, hey, people, pity party, people come, sympathize with the woman, she becomes a pity thing. No, we must jointly resist it. We must condemn it. We must call it by its name. Let us not quote it with a foreign name. It is an epidemic that must be confronted head-on. Now, female genital mutilation. Despite global efforts, as we speak, over 200 million girls and women have experienced mutilation of their genitals, with millions more at risk. The practice persists not because it is misunderstood, but because it is often justified as honorable. If you want to be a true woman, that's the perception that has been dished, and it is flying and soaring out there. You must have your genital mutilated, taking it away from the boundary of nature. You now begin to carve it so that the girl or the woman becomes a true woman. And we think it is honorable. The role of the media is indispensable in these contexts. We must, as journalists, deconstruct this myth. We must humanize the survivors and challenge the custodians of culture to evolve. This story started before you and I, before we were born. And as journalists, some of us have practiced for decades, several years, and that misconception is still there. That myth is still there. That perception is still there. It simply means that we have failed in discharging that responsibility reposed in us as media professionals. It's clear. Because by now, such myth should evolve. All we do is that we gather in conferences such as this, we dramatize it, make presentations that elicit standing ovations, after which we all pack our bags, documents, and go home. The conference is done. And that myth remains there. It is time for us to demystify it. If it happened many years ago, in our time, we should correct it. And we should be able to change the narrative. We must produce culturally respectful, yet unapologetically progressive contents, from documentaries and panel discussions to social media campaigns led by local influencers and survivors. Instead of us to dominate this social media with contents that don't align with progressive issues, this is the time that we must take to begin to highlight some of these issues, deconstruct them, demystify them, and expose better narratives to the public. We can't continue this way. It is easy to celebrate international media platforms. Now, I want to look at the power of grassroots media. The power of grassroots media. It is very easy to celebrate international media platforms. But let's not forget, change begins in the language people understand and through the voices they trust. It's easy, as we are seated here now. If you take time to analyze the sitting arrangement, you can see that people from the same country are sitting together. And if you take a seat close to them, they are not speaking in English, they are speaking their local language. That way, the conversation they are having will flow better than when you speak in English where other people will listen. Do you agree with me? Good. That way, if we want to bring about change, we must factor in the issue of language that sits well with the people. And that is the kind of power grassroots media wield. That's the kind of power it wields. Yes, we can celebrate the CNN of this world. We can celebrate the BBC of this world, Al Jazeera and the rest of them. But that's one that will be more impactful to the local woman in the village is the one that she understands what they are speaking. She does not need somebody to interpret it. She understands it better. If you go to my country, we have this set of young people. Each time you see them, they are carrying their small radio. They are not listening to the big grammar speaking media platforms. They will tune to the one that speaks their language. If they are listening, you will not understand what that radio is saying, but they are understanding it. And it sits well with them. Make one mistake and tell them, let the radio they are listening to tell them, run. They will abandon whatever they are doing in that community and they are racing back to their homes because they've been so instructed. That's the power of grassroots media. Community radio, local language newspapers, WhatsApp broadcasts, street theater, mobile cinemas. These are not relics. Yes, we'll talk about the Gen Zs, the millennials, and the rest of them. But these are not going to replace these platforms that will help deliver the message a lot clearer. They are not relics that we now go to the museums to watch. Oh yeah, in 1904, this is what we used. In 18th century, in 17. No, these ones I've listed are not relics. They are still working for us till today. They are tools of democratic resilience. They are the reason a grandmother in Kano, by the way, Kano is in Nigeria, understands fistula. They are why a teenage girl in the Gambia says no to female genital mutilation. They are why a rural father in Malawi chooses to educate his daughter. Let's empower these platforms. Let's make use of them. Let's guide our people through training, through funding, and collaboration. For when local media thrives, grassroots communities rise. When we must spend money to fund the local media. When I was walking into this hall this afternoon, I saw a banner out there, and I was looking at the activities of Merck Foundation. Each time we gather, we listen to testimonials. You know, people, especially medical practitioners that have enjoyed scholarships. I also want to see media professionals that have enjoyed scholarships. Yes, that way you also empower them. Beyond the competitions that are introduced, I want to see us gather and take pictures and see 20, 30, 40 media professionals say, yes, we are alumni of Merck Foundation. They have empowered us through these trainings. Very, very important. You know, that's what we want to equally see in that direction. Ethics, partnerships, and the politics of truth. As we advocate for a more engaged media, we must also confront the perils, misinformation, sensationalism, and media capture. These are not abstract threats. They are active saboteurs of public trust. We must therefore, one, promote ethical journalism guided by trauma-informed practices and intersectional awareness. We must promote cross-sector partnerships where media works hand in hand with health practitioners, legal experts, and local leaders. I was so happy seeing medical practitioners or professionals, talk about what the media should do. In fact, by the time we open our mouth and begin to tell the medical professional what they should do, I don't think this 2 days seminar will be enough. They've taken time to be telling us the media should, the media should, the media should. Yes, we accept we should do all those. But whoever goes to equity must go with clean hands. Yes. I don't think this forum is enough for us to dissect that. But what I'm saying is that all of us have got our roles to play. Very, very important. Very, very important. So the collaboration between the medical experts, maybe we'll get the legal experts with the media, the local leaders. These are very, very commendable. Media literacy to ensure we must also encourage or promote media literacy to ensure that communities can discern truth from propaganda. We must promote equity in our newsroom leaderships so that women and marginalized voices shape not just the stories, but the storytelling itself. This is a strategic call to action. I can see my time is almost done. To translate vision into velocity, I propose the following 5-point media strategy. 1, we must invest in community-based media training for journalists covering health and social justice issues. Very, very important. We must establish national media health alliances to maintain or mainstream accurate, timely information on stigma-related topics. Number 3, we must fund survival-led content creation, just like that clip that we watched at the beginning of our session in this hall. 2 minutes, and the message was clear. Clear. The woman whose hand was chopped off, that's Jacqueline. That's Jacqueline. We must fund such survival-led content creation, empowering those who have lived the experience to tell their stories. That woman, excuse me, anywhere she goes, and tells her stories, that will resonate more with the people than the documents we are presenting, because she's living it. This is practical. So we must encourage that. That clip I also propose should be shared to participants in this training. That way we also, share it across our platforms at home in our various countries. The message will be direct and, of course, more impactful. We must integrate media strategy into all public health initiatives from inception to implementation. It's not just about bringing us to be part of press conferences where you announce to us what you are doing. We have to be part of it. If you have assembled men and women to drive such initiative, why not have a media representation? That way, the message will align with the people. The media will be able to spread it easily than when you bring them as observers. You just tell us, we have, like the Minister of Health was telling us yesterday, we have. Where is the media component of all those things you've put together? That way it will be a lot easier. When a journalist is talking about it and narrating it to the people, spreading the message, informing the people, educating them, entertaining them, based on that your health initiative, it will make more impact than when you have a medical professional telling them. That's true. So it's important we integrate, the media in our initiatives from inception to implementation. We must create a continental digital repository of cultural sensitive content on gender-based violence, on infertility, and of course, female genital mutilation, and girl child advocacy, which must be accessible in local languages tailored for rural outreach. Well, distinguished colleagues, I want to close with this conviction. The story we tell and how we tell it will determine the Africa we build. The story we tell and how we tell the story will give us an idea of the kind of continent we want to build. Therefore, let us not use media merely to chronicle pain, but to amplify potential. We must avoid using our lenses only to capture brokenness. We must begin to paint a picture of possibility. We must avoid using our platforms only to capture brokenness, like I said, but paint a possibility. We must quit from using our words just to describe the world. Let us begin to imagine or reimagine the kind of world we want to see. Let us paint the picture in our minds, and we'll begin to make it practical and bring it to reality. That's what we must begin to do as media professionals. And not just to sit idly and do nothing. Let's not sit idly and begin to whip up pity sentiments. No, we must go beyond that and now paint the true picture. This is what we want to see. Let us not begin to amplify the pains. Let's not begin to promote the stigma. No, let's go beyond that. They did that some 100 years ago. And it is sad that in 2025, we are still promoting the pain. We must go beyond that and begin to activate solutions. The girl child forced into marriage, the woman shamed for infertility, the survivor silenced by stigma. They are waiting for you and for me. They are not waiting for us to sympathize with them. They are waiting for solidarity, to team up with them and confront this epidemic. They are not waiting for us to cover them as journalists for coverage. Whenever they see journalists, they think we have come to cover. No, they are waiting for us to give them courage and boldness. They are not waiting for us as saviors, but they are waiting for us to use our platforms. Let's give them that platform that we have. And let's not wait to do that tomorrow. The time to start is now. Thank you very much.
Do we have questions for Dr. Christopher? Of course.
Dr. Christopher, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Thank you for giving us the foresight. I mean, it's interesting. Since you are the president of the Congress of African Journalists, can you just give us a picture of how you see African journalists? Challenges.
Okay, can we take all the questions at the same time? Or I should be responding as they come?
You should start responding, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, the problem of African journalists is the same across the countries in our continent. We have the same kind of challenges as professionals. Yeah, economic challenge, ownership challenge, the issue of censorship, ownership censorship. Of course, we have government interference, legal frameworks. Oftentimes we come face to face with clampdown from state actors. These are the difficulties we have. The Congress of African Journalists, not quite long ago, were in Burkina Faso because of some journalists that were detained by government, by state actors, not because they stole their money, not because they necessarily committed any crime, but because of their determination to expose the ills of the society. That's the challenge we continue to have. And we have the issue of poor remuneration. That remains a major challenge in my country. The kind of efforts that we put in, they are not remunerated in like manner. We know the hazards we experience as professionals. Not that these hazards are actually peculiar to us. Every other profession has got their own unique, hazards too. But in our own, it is quite unique, because even when people enjoy their holidays, I don't think journalists go on holidays, and it is expected that they should be properly remunerated. But that remains a key challenge. Another issue is the fact that one reality we must face is that media is business. That's the truth. Whoever that opens a media platform has opened a business concern. And every businessman has one target: to make what? Profit. So whatever happens, they don't care. And that's why we say bad news is good news for the media. We've now continued to promote, bad stories, and because we want to do our business, and that is the ownership challenge. Oftentimes, the idea of the owner may not sit well with you as a professional. And that's a challenge, and to confront it, media professionals must have to come together and begin to set up their own platforms. What is wrong if we pull resources together and begin to set platforms where we can clearly tell our stories? That way we remove ourselves from it is said that whoever pays the piper dictates the tone. We will change the tone, because we now will be dictating, be playing the piper, or be paying the piper. We are paying ourselves. And the tone of whatever the rhythm will change. That we need to do. And of course, the issue of legal frameworks. Across countries, we see laws, repressive laws that are churned out, and most of them are targeted at the media. For instance, in my country, we have the Cybercrime Prohibition Act, of 2015, and was reviewed in 2024. Yes. That, to a very large extent, has culminated in clampdown of the media. And that's not good for the media. And if you look at most of our countries, if you look at the report from Reporters Without Borders, and look at the countries, the continents that are often mostly affected by clampdown, when press freedom is undermined, it is mostly Africa. And this is not good enough for us. This is not good enough. That's one of the key challenges that we have, problems we have as professionals. But we must continue to rise to fight it. That's why we have platforms at the level of Congress of African Journalists. We came up with the African Media Lawyers Network. It's a network we launched in Accra, Ghana last year. We launched it, and there is a platform where we pull legal minds together, lawyers from across African countries, different countries. The essence is to offer pro bono services, because we know that media professionals may not have the wherewithal to be able to confront the state actors. That's why we have put that platform in place. If you have a challenge, all you need to do is to get across to African Media Lawyers Network through CAJ. You can also do that through your state media union. I understand the Gambia Journalists Union, ISATO, right? Or ISATO. Did I get that? Is the president. She's here. If you get to her, you get to me. It's easier. You get to any of our leaders across the African countries, and we'll be able to equally connect you with Tamlin. That's what we've introduced, that to also help the media practitioners or professionals to be able to, get out of problems, they encounter in the course of their practice. As we speak, the president of the Burundi Journalists Association had to leave his country because of clampdown by state actors, So we can't continue that way. These are challenges you have from one country to the other on our continent. But are we going to give up because we have these challenges? No, we will not give up. We'll continue to confront them. There's one belief or one, saying in my country, soldier comes, soldier goes, barrack remains. No matter how they try to stay in office, a time will come when they will be out of office, right? And new leaders will come. But a journalist, even when you go into politics and become a
Senator Dr. Rasha Keled, and creator of our Africa TV show.
All Africa will be part of our show.
The CEO of Merck Foundation.
We want to support girls' education. No to infertility stigma, yes to girls' education.
Senator Dr. Rasha Keled, and Africa TV show.
All Africa will be part of our show.
The CEO of Merck Foundation.
We want to support girls' education. No to infertility stigma, yes to girls' education. We want to stop gender-based violence for stop. Number of child marriage will double by 2050.
Senator Dr. Rasha Keled, and creator of our Africa TV show.
All Africa will be part of our show.
The CEO of Merck Foundation.
We want to support girls' education. No to infertility stigma, yes to girls' education. We want to stop gender-based violence for stop. Number of child marriage will double by 2050.
You can watch our Africa Merck Foundation on Merck Foundation's website and our social media channels. I also request everybody to, after this presentation, to please wait for a group photograph. Now I would like to invite our last speaker of the session, Ms. Isato Keita, President, Gambia Press Union, the Gambia. We have good local sport. Thank you. And she will be talking on the topic, how can media be creative and honest tool to address our sensitive and critical and health issues on a daily basis. This will be working, I guess, yeah. Okay, you can read it here. You have to be close to the mic. From this, you can go forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. It's usually a bit difficult engaging with people probably after lunch, but we'll make this a little bit snappy because most of it has already been dealt with by the previous speakers when they talked about the role of the media in terms of some of the key issues that have been talked about earlier, the cases of hypertension, diabetes, and the issues of FGM and so on. We do understand the role that we play as media, very fundamental, very crucial, looking at where we sit, especially when we talk about most of these issues, especially as related to health. We sit at the intersection between the public and also the policymakers and other issues. And it is us that actually construct most of these issues for a proper comprehension and consummation by the general population. So the presentation wouldn't be that long, but this will be, I'll love it if we can discuss, because most of these issues are things that we already know about, but then how do we reflect ourselves in terms of our roles and also our responsibilities when it comes to most of these issues. So in the introduction, it says the media plays a vital role in shaping opinions. That we do, we shape public opinions. We are agenda setters, we set up the agenda for discussion, and it is through us that people are able to debate and talk about so many issues on a daily basis. We influence behavior, When we talk about the media, we talk about our telephones, we talk about our radios, we talk about our TVs, but then how are we able to change people's behaviors? It is through the videos, the footages, and some of the information that we send through our channels. That is how we're able to change people's behaviors in terms of so many issues. And also we inspire actions as well. So in addressing sensitive and critical social and health issues such as issues of gender-based violence, mental health issues, HIV and AIDS, when it comes to issues of infertility and hypertension, diabetes, and all of those things, the aspect of accuracy and creativity are essential for impactful storytelling and awareness raising. Just like how I always tell my students when I teach them, the part of information, giving information, it's more like you cooking food and serving it to people to eat. It's there are different ways of cooking food, but it depends on how it is cooked, how creative the person cooking the food is, and how it is presented. That is actually how people consume it because of the way it has been seen. So it depends on you that is providing that information to see how do I make my information to be much more creative that will be most suited for the person that is consuming the information that I am giving to them. So in terms of our role and the power that we have in terms of delivering information and communication to people, the media serve as a bridge between policymakers, experts, and the public. Like I said earlier in my introduction, most of the times governments, health experts will talk about key issues, and the government will come up with policy papers and all that. So, but most of the time, most of these things are technical in nature. And then how do we ensure that the people, or the old woman all the way in Dongoraba, or the old woman all the way in Sabah Sanjal is able to understand this particular information that is given by the doctor or the policymaker? We deconstruct these so that they are able to consume them and understand them. If they don't understand them, then there's a breach in the communication, and that is where we sit. If we are not able to transmit this information from the public health official, from the ministry, from the government official, it becomes a problem for the people living in rural Gambia to be able to understand what we are trying to communicate to them. So that is where our roles sit. We are the ones that will be able to make people to be able to understand all of these things. So it also raises awareness and stimulates public discourse on critical topics. When people talk about FGM, looking at it in the perspective of FGM becoming a harmful traditional practice, but also looking at the part how it affects the health and well-being of the woman, then that is where we sit. We are the one that actually sets the agenda for discussion. But let's take back to when we started talking about issues of FGM in the country. The discussion, everything about the discussion on FGM centered on FGM being a traditional issue, FGM being a religious issue. How about us being able to center the discussion on FGM being a harmful traditional practice that is affecting the life and well-being of those individuals and the children that is done to? Have we talked about those things? Let's just discuss as colleagues. How much of reports have we seen that centered mostly on the harmfulness of FGM and how it affected the life of infant children, how it has been able to kill them? The reports were very minimal. So it is us that will be able to put it at a center of focus so that people are able to discuss about it. If we don't, then it becomes difficult for it to be a public discourse. So media also helps challenge stigmas, myths, and misconceptions about social and health issues. The doctor here mentioned the issue of infertility. Most of the times when you go to our home, talk about issues of infertility, in most cases, the woman is blamed. So hardly do we look at the aspect in which where the man becomes a problem in terms of when a woman can't conceive a child. Most of the time, the woman is the one that is blamed. What can we do in terms of us being able to create an understanding about a lack of a child in the household, that the problem can either be from the female or either can be from a male. And it's not like it's the woman that refuses to give a child, but then it is a health issue. How can we not create discussions about these issues? It is part of our role to be able to get people away from these misconceptions that we have, that sometimes we attribute it to issues of witchcrafts and all of those things, or the behaviors that is coming from the woman. So these are things that we talk about in terms of what role we play as far as these issues are concerned. Our role is also effective storytelling can humanize statistics and encourage empathy. So most of the times, government officials or health officials will come up with statistics about 70% of the population is actually suffering from this particular illness, or 30% of the population is suffering from this particular illness. But what constitutes that particular 30% in question? We don't. They're just giving us to that. So most of the times we give to other people how it is given to us. But then how do we understand and deconstruct that 30%? What does it mean in terms of representation as per that issue in question? It is our role for us to be able to deconstruct that so that the people understand that becomes a problem. And then there is a bridge that is created between us and those people that understand the information that we share to them on a daily basis. Okay, so the role of honesty, when I say honesty in this case, we are talking about accuracy in media coverage. Accuracy builds trust with audiences and affected communities. Most of the times, I think most of us enjoy using these big words, like not to say we exaggerate, but we purport certain information as it is given to us. We don't get the real facts or data. And most of the time, I think most of us like to play with data, especially when we talk about issues of percentage. 80%, 90%, 70% of this. We enjoy doing that. But where do we get those percentages from? From which original source are we getting that from? So we should be able to understand these things. Once we talk about these things, what does it mean? In simple terms, in simple perspective, what does these things mean? And what does it constitute? We should be able to understand that. So once those people that are consuming the information become understanding of these percentages that we explain to them, because now most of them don't understand these things in real context. If we don't give it to them as expected, then there is a gap that actually exists between us and them. So avoid sensationalization or exploitation when covering sensitive stories. Most of us are very much sensational in terms of the information or the coverages that we do. And this is not part of our role as journalists. We should avoid them. Verify facts through credible sources and data. This is the reason why misinformation is everywhere. Most of us are overwhelmed with the fact that once information is there, I want to be the first person. The first person to give this particular information. Oh, who gave this information? Oh, it was Isaruketa Mamoja information. And somebody will, oh, it's point information. But after that, how about the impact of that particular information when the information becomes wrong? So even if somebody gives you that an information, who is that person? What capacity does the person have to give you this particular information in question? In terms of when we talk about infertility, you don't go to any Tom, Dick, and Harry to give you information about infertility cases in the Gambia. You have to go to the right source to be able to give you this particular data in question before you are able to transmit this information to the population. Then if you don't do that, it becomes a problem. That is where the aspect of integrity comes into play. Sometimes, most of the times when you mention certain media houses or individuals in the country, when you talk about them, people will say, oh, forget about this person, doesn't say the truth. Oh, this media house is not credible. Because why? They are bent on giving information that's false. They get information from people, but they never verify those information. And we know most of our colleagues do that. And that is not part of our role as journalists. So we create problems for the people that consume our information on a daily basis. Respect the dignity and privacy of individuals featured in reports. Most of the times, we think that as journalists, we have the right to be given every information. Like, yeah, because this is the case, I have to give information, yes. Then we balance the issues, the people's right to know also, and the privacy of those individuals in question. Yes, people have a right to consume this particular information. But how about the person that is the bearer of that information? How about respecting that person's privacy? That also is something that we have to put into consideration. We have to respect the privacy and dignity of those individuals that we interview and engage. In most cases, let's talk about, sometimes we've seen those things in many of our platforms. Grieving families, we go to them and interview them. They are not in the perfect position for them to talk about issues. We create problems for them. Do you understand? But sometimes we don't even get to think about most of these things, how much impact that will have on them. But for us, sometimes we are just bent on getting information from those people. But whether it's the right time and the right place for us to get those information from them, be questioned. We don't. We have to be able to respect the dignity and also the privacy of people, especially when they say that they can't give information at a particular instance. We need to respect those instances as well. So creativity in media communication. Creative storytelling helps make complex health and social topics very relatable. Like somebody was telling, we know the society that we live in. You should be able to understand and know your audience. So once you're able to understand and know your audience, you can write your story in the best way that will be able to suit your audiences in order for them to consume. But not only consume, but put themselves in the stories that you've actually sent out to them. So it has to do with creativity. Like everybody can cook one particular meal here. Let's say, for example, we can all cook jollof rice. Take it back to the case of jollof rice between Nigeria, Ghana, and Gambia, and when Gambia eventually won the jollof rice. But now looking at all of these countries will cook what we say jollof rice, right? It's all jollof rice. But then again, which jollof rice is the best? Gambia became having to win. Why did Gambia's jollof rice won ahead of Ghana and Nigeria? Do you understand? So what is in the ingredient, what made it much more palatable to the consumers or the judges so that they appreciated and said that Gambia won instead of Ghana and Nigeria when they all cooked jollof rice? You get that? Do you understand where I'm getting to? So how do we coin our stories in a way that it becomes something fitted, much more creative for public consumption? Do we get? So this is what we use, using creative storytelling for our consumers, because we know that how can I coin my story in a way that our consumers or our audience will be much more appealing to the story that we are giving to them. You have a way of actually putting these stories to be able to attract much more attention from the people that are consuming the story. So the other one is use human interest stories, like we've talked about. Visuals, documentaries, podcasts, and social media campaigns. What would be much more suited for the audience? But also in terms of audience, every platform has a different particular perspective of audience. Each audience has a way in which they appeal and like information to be given to them. We should be able to contain those information to them that way. So the other one is incorporate local languages, music, and art to resonate with communities. So when you are engaging communities, this is the language that they understand. Engage them in those languages so that they will be able to understand more in terms of what is being given to them and how it is engaged to them. Engage youth through digital platforms and interactive storytelling. Most of the young people now are on digital platforms. When we talk about TikTok, we talk about Facebook, we talk about X, we talk about Instagram. How do I make my story much more fitted for these particular platforms so that the ones that I am targeting will be able to consume this particular information? An individual and as a journalist, you should be able to know your audiences and know how you will package your story suited for that particular audience that you are targeting. When you are targeting old people, how you will coin your stories for old people will be different from how you coin your stories for young people, because you will know an angle that you're going to use that will be much more suitable and suited for them. We get it? So ethical considerations in covering sensitive issues. There is no type of stories that you can do behind focusing on ethical issues. Like you all know, we have a Chernojala Charter of Ethics, and that everything that we do as journalists is enshrined in that Charter of Ethics. So everything that we do is backed by that particular charter. So one is obtain informed consent from interviewees and protect their identities when necessary, especially in the cases of young people. You don't just go to, oh, I am going to interview this 5-year child. Who is she to tell you that, oh, you can interview me? She doesn't have any consent. So you should be able to seek consent from the parents. And it's in that situation, the child as young as 5 years, you can't put the person's image on the paper or anywhere. You can't disclose the person's identity, because that will put the person at risk. You understand that? So those things we should be able to put into consideration, and always seek consent before you interview any source. Do you understand that? Avoid re-traumatizing survivors through intrusive questioning. I've seen that in a couple of platforms where in certain situations, very delicate situations, we force our way to interview survivors, or we force our way to interviewing victims. And we think that we are helping them. We re-traumatize them, and that affects them. That we have to avoid. It's not good. Most of the time we think, oh man, hey man, key mom's situation, be interview one narco. Yes, to you it is fulfilling. But how about the person? Do we put those persons in that particular situation that they are in? We don't. So we engage them in a way. Let's take, for example, the last case of the Mandinari incident. Those people were in a situation, and we saw most of our colleagues going there and interviewing them. That was not okay. So you are in some way refreshing their memories of that particular incident that has happened. You re-traumatize them. We try by all means for us to do away with those things. Balance the public's right to know with individuals' right to privacy. But most of the times, most of us, our colleagues, will always say that, oh, hi, publicly, my role as a journalist is to inform the people, and then the people have to know. Fine, the people have to know. But how about the person's right to privacy? I don't want to show, I don't want to talk about this, I don't want this to get to the public domain, but why would you force me to actually talk about this issue? So we have to put one thing in to consideration. We have to balance between what the public needs to know and the person's right to privacy as well. Do you understand? Especially when it comes to complicated issues such as issues of FGM and issues of infertility, which are very sensitive key issues that we have to put into consideration. Also apply gender-sensitive and culturally appropriate reporting techniques. This also we have to put into consideration in terms of when it comes to us reporting on most of these issues. Sometimes we use terms that are not suitable for most of these things, especially when we talk about issues of survivors of FGM and all of those things. We use terms that are not that are a bit demeaning, which tends to affect these individuals in question. So in terms of practical approaches, my colleague from Nigeria made mention having partnership and engagement with most of these health experts just to help you to be able to demystify most of these context and complex terms which will be much more suitable for you to understand and give to your audiences. Use data-driven journalism to highlight patterns and solutions. Data is very much important. We always like to use percentages, but we should be able to ensure that these percentages, we get it from right sources. And when we talk about percentages, what it really means. Produce future stories focusing on hope, resilience, and positive change. So most of us are used to the fact that we write reports, but we do event-based reporting. How about writing beyond the event itself? Looking at one key aspect of that particular situation in question or the particular program and do a story, humanize the story that will be much more suited for public consumption and understanding. Because most of the time you go to events, most of the speeches are tailor-made speeches. Most of the what is being said are tailor-made speeches with technical jargons and all that. How about us being able to translate these technical jargons to a proper understanding of our local consumers? For us, it's just like reporting on the issues. He said, she said, and that's it. But how about after the event itself? What can we do? So we should put these things into consideration. Provide helplines or resource contacts alongside reports as well. In terms of many, when it comes to key issues and all that, we have people like Dr. Mare and others. You talk about most of these cases, and then you can easily get their contacts for people to understand. In terms of case studies and impactful media campaigns, we have looked at the aspect of hashtag FGM campaign. We've seen how much the FGM campaign has been, but most of us ran away from talking about FGM in the country because for fear of being attacked. But then our role as journalists is much more important than those issues. And also we should be able to create a thin line between our personal perspective and our role as journalists. Because when we talk about FGM, in most cases, it's a human rights abuse, and you have to, and you must report about it, because FGM is a human rights abuse, and then looking at the impact it has on the individual's life in terms of health, gets us more to report on it. But most of the time, we look at it in the lenses of it's a traditional practice, or it's a religious practice, I don't want to talk about it. No, that is your own personal conception about this. But how about your role as a journalist? Then we have to create a thin line between those things. In terms of the campaigns that happened in the country, the Know Your HIV Status campaign got many people into doing voluntary testing to know their status and all that. Mental health awareness also is very important. Most of the time when we talk about mental health, people only think that it's the people that are mad in the streets, those people in the streets that are mad. When we talk about mental health, that is what we understand. But we have to understand mental health in perspective. What constitutes mental health? All of us here, each one might have some sort of mental health disorder, but do we know about them? We don't. How do we get people to understand all of these things? It goes back to us and our role and how we play. So we have a very important role as journalists to be able to educate the public as much as we can. So in terms of challenges in most cases is limited resources and training. And then this is one particular training that you are going through for you to be able to understand these things, to be able to get them there. Censorship and cultural barriers. Yes, in the case of FGM, I would say that's the case. The aspect of censorship from our editors and cultural barriers, like I've mentioned. Risk of misinformation also. We live in a society that is that we always have a whole lot of misinformation. People get information from any Tom, Dick, and Harry, and instead of us asking or confirming this information, we consume them as it is given to us, which is very much dangerous, especially for us as journalists. Solutions could be strengthen media capacity through training and mentorship. This is one. Foster collaboration between journalists and experts. And we have an opportunity for us to foster that collaboration with experts when it comes to this issue. Whereas wherever you have questions or concerns, you can easily reach out to them for them to give further information. Promote digital literacy and fact-checking practices. Mr. Chris actually mentioned the aspect of digital literacy here. And fact-checking, we should, all of us should be fact-checkers. Whenever somebody gives you an information, ask again where the person got the information and how. Under what capacity is this individual giving you this particular information before you send it out to the public? Because once it's out, that's it. You can't retract that information again. And then the question goes back to you, the individual, and also your media house in terms of the integrity and the information that you share to the public domain. In conclusion, the media has the power to inform, educate, and inspire action. When used creatively and honestly, it becomes a tool for healing, empowerment, and transformation. So combining the aspect of ethics, creativity, innovation, empathy, we can help society confront its most sensitive and critical social and health challenges. So let's talk of this role. We have a very unique, daunting, but very important role. It is for us to be able to change society and change the narratives in terms of information consumption and dissemination in the country. I thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Kita. Do we have any questions for her?
No.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, our esteemed speakers, for the informative session today. And a big thank you to the media representatives for your patience and enthusiastic participation. I would also like to remind you to please participate in the Merck Foundation Awards. We highly encourage you to submit your entries via email to submit@merckfoundation.com. Now the floor is open for the question and answer. If anybody still has some questions, we have a couple of speakers here who can answer. All right, no questions. I'm sure all of us are going back much more aware and confident to address sensitive social and health challenges in our communities to address about them. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Mehak. I would like to thank you, Harsh, Alisha, Vikas, Ishan, Mariam, and Mr. Sankanu, of course. Also our technicians, Mr. Bakari and Usman. I would like to thank you, everyone. And please gather at the Merck Foundation logo outside our session room for a group photograph. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you so much. And I would like to extend my thanks to all the attendees who joined us online. Thank you very much for attending Merck Foundation Health Media Training 12th edition, Luminary, the Gambia. Thank you very much. We will share the certificates of all the participants in the next coming week. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye. And thank you, Prashant, for moderating, and thank you so much for holding the fort. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just stopped the recording. Can I end the meeting now, Alicia?
Yes, please, Ivana, you can end the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, and good luck.